Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. The platform was cracked and broken, with weeds growing in every gap. Everything was completely quiet, so silent you could almost hear your own heartbeat. At the edge of the platform, a faded corkboard hung, its notice half curled and smeared from the rain. The only words she could make out were, "Follow the path through the birches. Virelay finds those who look." There was no address, no phone number. Not that it mattered, she hadn't had cell signal for half an hour. She kept telling herself this creative retreat couldn't possibly be a total scam, not after the application process and the money she'd paid. She looked at her suitcase, heavy with old camera lenses and a box of undeveloped film. She dragged it along behind her like it was a stubborn, tired child refusing to walk. It was nearly dark by the time Virelay found her. The place itself was less a building than a suggestion, just a jumble of old stones covered in thick green ivy and far too many windows, their panes cloudy with age. She walked inside. The air was cool and powdery, with a scent that reminded her of old books and pressed flowers. She took 3 steps forward, but somehow, the entrance seemed farther away than it should have been. The floor was crooked, tilting just enough to make her dizzy. The doors weren't quite square with their frames. Every step made her feel like she was sliding sideways, and her stomach turned just a little. No one asked her name. She saw a few people wandering the halls. Some walked barefoot, humming to themselves. One man had his hands covered in dried clay. He gave her a vague nod and wandered into a hallway lined with mirrors. In one reflection, she thought she saw him wink at her, but when she looked back, he was gone. That first night after dinner, she found a Polaroid camera in the drawer of a desk she didn't remember sitting at. It was old and heavy, wrapped in cracked leather, but it felt faintly warm in her hands, like someone had just used it. There was a torn note tucked in the case, "Use me." Maybe it was all part of someone's immersive art piece, she thought. Probably. She might as well play along. She raised the camera, pointed it at herself, and pressed the shutter. Click. Whir. A photo slid out, thick and white, just like it was supposed to. At first glance, it was a photo of her. Her hair, her clothes. But something was wrong. Not the background, not the light, but her face. In the photo, she was smiling so wide it hurt to look at. Her eyes sparkled bright and sharp. But she was sure she hadn't smiled at all when she took the picture. She stared at it for a long moment. Maybe she'd smiled without realizing. Maybe it was a good sign, she thought, a sign she was already starting to feel better. She left the photo on her windowsill and forgot about it until the next morning. When she went to unpack, she was surprised to see her suitcase already empty. Her sweaters were folded neatly in a drawer she was sure she hadn't opened. The Polaroid photo was lying in the next drawer, right on top of her underwear, as if it had moved there on its own. She didn't mention it to anyone. She just started taking more pictures. She started with the other people in the house. The man with clay-covered fingers introduced himself as Raphael. He spent most of his days in a studio making faces out of clay, but every morning his sculptures looked older, as if they had aged years overnight. Chiwon was a poet who loved word puzzles and said he could turn any name into an anagram. He would wave at her from across the lounge, always smiling. Zara was a painter who mixed her colors with wax and pollen. She carried a honey-dipped spoon around like a magic wand. Theo, the dancer, made puppets out of his own shadow, his feet flickering across the floor. Clara smiled at everyone, her smile thin and distant. Nobody could remember what sort of art Clara made anymore. Every Polaroid was a little strange. Raphael, who always hunched like a crow, stood tall in his photo, wearing a police uniform and holding a bouquet of flowers. His hands were clean. Chiwen lounged in a bright cafe, grinning in the middle of a laugh. Zara was yawning next to a woman no one recognized, wearing a scarf she didn't own. Theo was underwater with a snorkel mask, blowing bubbles. Clara stood in front of a corkboard covered in red string, and a man in an old-fashioned brown suit pointed at something over her shoulder, like a teacher in a classroom. Later, she realized the man in the brown suit was in every picture. Hers, too. He was never in the middle, never clearly focused, but always there, sometimes just a shadow behind a curtain, sometimes a smudge in a mirror, once so tiny he stood inside a teacup, sharp as glass. She started circling him with a pencil, just to see if he would stay put. He didn't. She asked the others about him. "How are you doing this? Who's the man in the suit? How does he end up in all our photos?" she asked Raphael, showing him his picture. He stared at it for a long time, then whispered, "I don't like the teeth." "Sorry?" she asked, confused. "My teeth. In the photo. They aren't mine." Clara wouldn't answer at all. Instead, she made Alice take 50 pictures of her and pinned them all to her coat. The photos fluttered like moths when she moved and hissed like snakes when she stood still. Some of the photos showed her laughing, others blurry, others completely blank or blackened at the edges. Clara called those photos dead. One day, Alice walked into a studio that hadn't been there before. Theo was inside, balancing on a chair, one leg stretched out. "I'm practicing stillness," he explained, smiling. "Badly." Alice leaned against the doorframe. "You're younger than everyone else," she said. He nodded. "I think I arrived here by accident." "Is that allowed?" He shrugged. "Everything here is allowed. Especially if it doesn't work." He stayed balanced on the chair. "I don't feel haunted yet," he admitted. Alice thought about that. "Maybe that's what being new means," she replied. Sarah vanished for a whole day, leaving only her boots behind. When she came back, she was taller. The bees that always followed her now hovered at a distance, confused. That night, everyone heard her humming to the hive in a strange language made of smoke. In the morning, the honey she left on the windowsill was black as tar. "It's the midsummer tilt," Chiwen explained to Alice. "Things spill. You just have to let them." So Alice kept taking photos. She began to realize the camera was hungry. The house started to whisper. The floorboards creaked at odd hours. Reflections flickered in the windows. Once, on the landing, Alice saw someone walking away just beyond the stairwell. The person's hair was the same as hers, but parted differently, a Dutch braid, not a French one. She wore the oversized sweater Alice and her sister had fought over when they were kids, the cuffs chewed raw. The way she walked, with her feet ducked out, made Alice's heart ache. "Evelyn?" Alice called softly, barely loud enough to stir dust. There was no answer. But the figure turned just enough for Alice to see her profile, her own nose, her own chin, the shape she saw every day in the mirror. Then the girl walked away. Alice ran after her, camera thumping at her hip, but when she turned the corner, the room was empty. Almost. On the floor lay a scarf. Evelyn's scarf, Alice was certain, the one that always smelled like peppermint shampoo. She picked it up, holding it tight, breathing in the familiar scent. "Please," she whispered. She raised the Polaroid, aimed at herself, and pressed the shutter. The picture came out slowly, humming as it developed. In this photo, Alice was sitting at a kitchen table full of sunlight and the smell of fresh coffee and cookies. She was laughing, her head thrown back. Behind her, Evelyn was stirring a pot, smiling as she told a joke. There were children, faces blurred by motion. One child handed her a sticky paper flower. Another grinned as he drew on the wall with a crayon. There was a gentle hand on Alice's arm from someone just out of the frame. Her sister had never grown up, but somehow, in the photo, she was there, making everything right. It wasn't fair, Alice thought. None of this was fair. She stopped sleeping. Every morning, her clothes were different, wrong, but just slightly. A red sweater she never bought. Earrings she didn't own. Her hair parted on the wrong side in the mirror. She asked Jiwon, "Do you ever wake up as someone else?" Jiwon smiled and patted her knee. She noticed he had an extra thumb. "I wrote you a poem," he said. "Lacey still forgets to lock the window. Elika keeps the key and never uses it. Ciela sleeps on the roof when the moon is full. Clay leaves crumbs where no one will follow. I passed them in the corridor. One walked like you and she never looked back." On the 5th day, Alice found the residency registry, hidden in a locked drawer. She pried it open with a screwdriver and some determination. The list went back for decades, maybe even 100 years. Some names were repeated over and over. Jiwon was there in 2018 and again in 2023. Theo was only there once, last year. Zara had 11 entries. Raphael had 19. She gave up counting Clara's entries after the 25th one, dated all the way back to 1924. A scrap of old newspaper was taped to one page. Alice's eyes went wide as she recognized the man in the brown suit. For once, he was at the center of a picture, looking young and friendly. He rested one hand on an old leather camera. The text read 1823 to 1851. Visionary conceptualist. Imagina. Capit. Mutus. Someone had scribbled beneath it, "I imagine. It captures. You change." It was Theo's idea. "If we break the camera," he said, "maybe it'll stop taking things from us." They went to the music room. The piano had sharp teeth instead of keys. The wallpaper was covered in bees. Alice handed him the camera. "What if it comes back?" she asked. Theo had no answer. He just opened the window and hurled it out as hard as he could. The camera spun in the air, but they never heard it hit the ground. The only sound was the hush of bees buzzing. Theo let out a shaky breath. "I think we were too loud," he said. That night, at dinner, the long table was lit by candles that smelled like honey and static. Everyone was there except Theo. The chairs were mismatched and made scraping sounds on the floor. The soup steamed in bowls that seemed to blur at the edges. Alice looked around. "Where's Theo?" she asked. Everyone stared at his empty chair, then at each other, like the chair had only just appeared. "Who?" Jiwon asked, puzzled. "Theo," Alice insisted. Jiwon blinked. "Was that his name?" Zara started humming, the tune going in circles. "He tried to change the tempo," she said softly. Raphael shrugged. "They don't always leave shoes," Clara whispered. "But they like you. You take such good photos." Jiwon smiled, almost sadly. "You'll need a warm coat, Tessela. I'll miss you." Raphael poured tea for Alice, but the cup was missing. Zara pressed something into Alice's hand, a sugar-dusted bee, folded from wax paper, softly buzzing. Clara gave Alice one of her dead Polaroids and pinned it to her sleeve. The camera came back, of course. Alice tried to burn it, but it wouldn't catch. The fire curled around it and left it untouched, and the only smell was faint ozone, sharp and strange. She tried smashing it, but the hammer broke and the camera only looked amused. Mirrors, she thought. Maybe mirrors would help. They kill vampires and ghosts, don't they? She found the hallway full of mirrors and walked down it, the reflections spinning endlessly. She raised the camera, took a deep breath, and pressed the shutter. The flash was bright, and just as it went off, she looked straight into the eyes of the other Alice, the one inside the mirror. That Alice's smile was too wide. Her coat was too dark. Her eyes sharp as knives. One morning, a train pulled into the platform and let out a long, tired breath. A man stepped off, holding a battered satchel with long, pale fingers. He looked like he might have been a musician once, always apologizing for the noise he made. He looked around, sunlight streaming along the birch-lined path. He walked toward it, his feet making almost no sound. At the top of the hill, the doors of Virelais swung open. A woman stood there, her coat dark, camera in hand, not casting any shadow. She walked out into the sunshine. The man hesitated. "Excuse me, are you the residency coordinator?" "Welcome to Virelay," said Alice. They never found her phone, but the images stayed on Jesse's screen like ghosts he couldn't get rid of, no matter how many times he tried to swipe them away. In the lonely hours of the night, when the world felt quiet and soft, Jesse would scroll through those pictures again and again. He wanted to believe that if he kept looking, maybe something would change, maybe the nightmare would unravel and go away. There she was, Darla McKinney. She wore ragged cut-off shorts that showed her bare legs, and she'd wrapped herself in a stolen varsity hoodie like it was armor. She gripped a bottle of peach schnapps tightly in her hand, her fingers clutching it as if it was her lucky charm. She grinned into the camera, a wild, fearless grin that seemed to say nothing bad could ever happen to her. Jesse could almost hear her laughing, could almost feel the way the night had pulsed with energy. That night was supposed to be a celebration. They'd finished junior year. Summer stretched ahead like a promise. Caleb had stolen the keys to his uncle's boat, and Madison had sneaked in the alcohol. Jesse picked out all the songs for the night, putting together a playlist full of loud, happy music. Darla was there, bringing her wild energy. She was the storm that kept everyone moving. The lake was pitch black and perfectly still, so dark it swallowed up the moonlight and their voices. The water felt alive in the dark, cool and deep. They splashed in, yelling, their shouts too loud, the water swirling around their legs. Someone dared them all to skinny dip, and Darla, always the boldest, climbed up onto the dock's railing, silhouetted against the dark sky. She shook her hair back and blew a kiss at the others, teasing them. Then she called out, "Catch me if you can!" and leapt into the night. Everyone expected her to pop back up, laughing and making jokes. But after she hit the water, there was just a heavy silence. The water closed over her, and the night went quiet. They shouted her name once, the sound high and uncertain. Then they shouted it again, louder, but their voices were shaking. Caleb dove into the lake, splashing and swimming, trying to find her in the blackness. The others just stood there, frozen in fear and disbelief. Jesse watched Darla's hair disappear below the surface. He saw Madison's eyes go wide and afraid, saw Caleb's desperation as he searched the water. Nobody moved fast enough. Terror made them all slow. By the time someone thought to call for help, it was too late. The lake had taken her, and hidden every sign she was ever there. Every June for the next 10 years, the Magnolia Festival took over the town like it always had, carnival rides rolling in on rusty trucks, a Ferris wheel squeaking as it turned, tents popping up overnight. The air was always thick with the smell of popcorn and fried dough, and the kind of heat that makes your shirt stick to your back. The festival was supposed to bring everyone together, to make people forget about the hard times and just be happy for a little while. But every year, there was something heavy underneath the excitement. Every Friday, when the sun started to set, the lights would flicker on, and people tried to enjoy themselves. But this June, someone else returned too. At first, nobody noticed her. Just another girl in a faded denim jacket, lips red as cherries, sipping something sweet and cold from a paper cup. She slipped through the crowds as if she belonged there, her face just familiar enough to feel like a memory. The town itself seemed to sense something had changed, like an old song that suddenly played out of tune. When she walked through the festival gates, the music stuttered for a moment, as if the world held its breath. The only person who seemed to recognize her was the old woman running the ring toss game. Her eyes, cloudy with age, squinted at the girl standing nearby. "Darla?" she whispered, her voice brittle and thin. The girl smiled, but it was a sharp, dangerous smile. "Not Darla," she said quietly, her words curling in the air. "She drowned." The old woman stepped back, her hand shaking, sending a bucket of plastic rings tumbling across the ground. They scattered, rattling like bones on the pavement. When she looked up again, the girl was gone, swallowed up by the festival crowds. The Magnolia Festival kept going, the smells and noises still strong, But now every sweet taste and cheerful laugh felt different, as if something dark was hiding in the center of it all. Caleb Dane leaned against the side of the dunk tank, pretending to watch as teenagers threw beanbags at their math teacher, who kept falling into the water. He laughed with the others, but the sound was empty, echoing around in his head. His beer sat untouched in his hand, getting warmer with each minute. Suddenly, he felt a shiver, like someone had just called his name from far away. He looked around, thinking he saw a face in the reflection of someone's sunglasses. Dark hair, wet and clinging to pale skin. Eyes full of anger and sadness. He turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Inside the beer tent, Madison held her drink tightly, knuckles white. She tried to listen to her friends talk about the festival, about who'd won the talent show, but their voices faded away. All she could hear was her own heartbeat, pounding and loud. She kept looking around, searching for a face she knew she'd never really see. When she finally gave up and slipped away, she ended up in a portable toilet behind the funnel cake stand, trying to wipe away her tears and fix her makeup. That's when her shoe hit a wet spot on the floor. She looked down and saw a single, bare footprint, much too small to be from any adult, and it smelled like the lake, muddy, cold, and wrong. Panic rose up in her chest, and she rushed out, nearly bumping into the mayor's wife. Her hands shook so badly she could barely hold her drink. She didn't mention what she'd seen to anyone. She knew no one would believe her. They had always called Darla a firecracker, someone who could never be tied down, always ready to jump into anything, fearless. But nobody talked about how scared Darla really was. She was terrified of being trapped, of living the same unhappy life as her mother, of deep water and darkness. They'd all ignored her fear and turned it into a joke. They laughed, but they never really listened. Now, it was as if Darla's fear had come back to haunt them. At the edge of the fairgrounds, Caleb stopped dead in his tracks. He stared at an old picnic table. On it sat a small goldfish bowl, cloudy with dirty water. There was no note, no sign of who had left it, just a thin plastic bag tied with a ribbon floating inside. The water looked as though it hadn't been cleaned in years. The goldfish floated sideways, one of its eyes gone, a horrible wound where it should have been whole. The smell of decay hit Caleb so hard he almost dropped the bowl. He let it fall to the ground and backed away quickly, his heart racing. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a giggle. It was soft, but it sent a chill down his spine. Jesse waited in the shadow of the funhouse, his lighter flickering in the darkness as he tried to light his cigarette. The flame danced at the end of his shaking hand, but the real reason his hand shook was never far away. He hadn't seen Darla McKinney since the night she disappeared beneath the water. He'd watched her slip under, and then he'd helped push her further down. The story they told was that it was an accident, that Darla was just being reckless as usual, first to dive in, first to laugh. That's what everyone said. But Jesse knew the truth, and so did the others. 5 friends had gone to the lake that night. Now there were only 4. He smoked his cigarette, scanning the fairgrounds for a face that couldn't possibly be there. He remembered the cold feel of Darla's skin as they pulled her from the lake, the way her body had gone limp and heavy. But tonight, he felt like she was watching him, her eyes somewhere in the shadows. The fair seemed endless, every game and ride blending into the next. Jesse drifted through the crowd, seeing nothing but faces twisted with laughter and light. The air rang with shouts and the clang of metal. He tried to count his breaths, steady himself. Across the tables, Madison Price, now Madison Thompson, walked past, her third hard seltzer shaking in her hand. Her husband followed close behind, hovering anxiously. She tried to laugh, but her voice cracked. Then, suddenly, she stopped. There was Darla, her face pale in the neon lights, watching from across the food court. Madison's breath caught. Her smile disappeared. She tried to say Darla's name, but nothing came out. The girl's lips curled into a strange smile. She lifted her drink, the straw stained red, and slowly let the liquid run down the side of the can. Madison's drink slipped from her fingers and smashed on the ground. Nearby, Caleb sat with a corndog, barely able to eat. He knew he'd done something terrible. They all had. He felt his phone buzz in his pocket and looked down. A message in broken, jagged letters, "Let's go for a swim." Like old times. His hands started shaking. The funhouse door opened with a long, sad creak. Jesse was drawn inside, unable to fight the feeling that something was waiting for him. The air inside was colder, thick with the scent of old dust and candy. Mirrors stretched along the walls, twisting his reflection into something barely human. His face looked hollow, his eyes filled with regret and guilt. The floor seemed to move beneath his feet, groaning with every step. Laughter echoed around him, wrong and distant. Then he saw her. Darla stood at the end of the hallway, her hair hanging wet and heavy over her face. Water dripped from her sleeves onto the floor, leaving puddles in her wake. Her eyes were deep and dark, her mouth twisted into a huge, unnatural grin. "You left me," she said, her voice echoing like water. Jesse tried to back away, but bumped into a mirror. The glass cracked under his weight. No, he stuttered. "We thought you were gone." "You knew," she whispered, taking a step closer. Her hand, cold and slick, brushed his cheek. Her lips touched his, tasting of cherries and rot. Then she grabbed him and pulled him straight through the broken mirror. Jesse screamed, a deep, broken scream, and vanished. At midnight, all the lights at the festival went out at once. The ride stopped. The music ended. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, just as quickly, the lights flashed back on. No one noticed Jesse was missing at the beer tent. No one saw Madison crying behind the food stands, or Caleb's truck still running near the exit, empty. Only Mrs. Larkin at the ring toss noticed the girl in the denim jacket walk away from the funhouse, her steps slow and calm. "She drowned," Mrs. Larkin muttered, clutching her bucket of rings. The girl turned back, her eyes shining in the lights. "She did," she said softly. "But only once." By morning, the carnival was gone. No trucks, no tents, nothing but muddy tire tracks leading out of town. Sheriff Daniels drank his coffee and listened as people tried to explain what had happened. Nobody had seen Jesse leave, though his car was still in the parking lot, the engine cold, his phone unlocked on the seat. Madison sat on the curb, her makeup smeared, saying nothing. Caleb never came home. The search teams went back to the lake. Weeks later, they found a single shoe. Some people whispered that if you looked into the funhouse mirrors for too long, you'd see a girl standing behind you, soaked and smiling. Most people thought it was just a scary story, except for Mrs. Larkin. She kept running her ring toss game, watching every new face that passed through. Because the Magnolia Festival always returned. And sometimes those who drowned didn't stay gone. They came back, too. Grandma and Grandpa had always lived in northern Michigan, in a small house on the edge of a deep forest, not far from a little lake. Their home was peaceful, tucked away from the noise of town, with trees so thick that in summer the sunlight barely touched the ground. Grandpa passed away 2 years ago, but Grandma stayed on, living there by herself, even though the house sometimes felt too big and too quiet. The woods seemed to close in during the evenings, but she said it made her feel safe. I'm Ally, her granddaughter, and her only living relative. I worried about her living alone so far from town, especially after Grandpa was gone. So, I decided to come visit her, to check if she might want to move somewhere smaller and closer to neighbors, somewhere it would be easier for me to visit her more often. She knew I was coming and had just finished making lemonade for us when I pulled up the gravel drive. "Hey, Grandma, I'm here!" I called as I came in the front door, the familiar creak of the old hinges echoing behind me. She smiled and waved me in. Come in, come in." "So, what brings you up here?" she asked, though I could tell by her eyes she already guessed. "We need to talk," I said, feeling a little nervous. "Let's go sit outside on the deck." The view out there was always beautiful, the trees stretching forever in every direction. "Sounds good," Grandma replied. "I'll meet you out there and bring us some lemonade." When we sat down in the cool shade, I tried to get straight to the point. Grandma, are you really happy living here by yourself? She looked at me and nodded. Sure I am, Ally. I've lived here almost 50 years. This is my home. She paused, glancing out at the thick woods. Yes, I know you worry about me out here, but honey, I can take care of myself. I don't want to move. I love it here. I looked over at the old hunting rifle resting beside her chair on the deck. If you love it here so much, Grandma, why do you always have that rifle next to you? Grandma let out a deep sigh and set her glass down, ice cubes rattling quietly. That's a long story, she said. Are you sure you want to hear it? Of course, Grandma, I answered. I want to understand. She leaned back, gazing at the trees as she began. The first 10 years Grandpa and I lived here, everything was perfect. In the winter, we'd sit by the fireplace and watch the snow cover the yard and forest, everything turning white and sparkling in the sunlight. In the summer, Grandpa put in a big garden. We grew all sorts of vegetables and fruit, tomatoes, cucumbers, strawberries, apples. I'd make jams and breads and desserts. We'd sit out here and listen to the crickets and frogs. There was a great horned owl that nested in that tree over there. She pointed to a tall pine near the edge of the forest. Every night, we'd hear him hooting. Fireflies would come out and light up the night. It was so magical, Ally. Grandpa and I always called it our little piece of heaven. She smiled softly at the memory. Even when Grandpa got sick, he wanted to sit outside. In the mornings, sometimes, we'd see deer walk right up to the house. One time, there was even a moose in the yard. Her voice sounded warm and a little wistful. Those were good years. Her face grew more serious as she continued. But everything changed in our 11th summer here. That's when, well, something strange happened. Grandpa and I were sitting on the deck one night, and we heard heavy footsteps and branches breaking deep in the woods. It didn't sound like deer, or any animal we'd ever heard before. It was slow and heavy, almost like a person stomping through the forest. Every night for a week, we'd hear it. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always just out of sight. She stopped to take a sip of lemonade, her hands trembling slightly. One morning, the sheriff drove up and asked if we'd noticed anything strange. He said some people nearby reported hearing weird noises, and the Stevens family, about a mile from here, found 10 of their chickens killed, just torn apart. The sheriff asked if we'd seen anything, but all we could say was that we'd heard noises. He just told us to be careful and let him know if we needed anything. She paused, looking away into the trees. A few days later, Grandpa and I walked to the lake. It was hot, so we waded in up to our knees, letting the cool water soak our feet. Then, out of nowhere, we heard a big splash, like something heavy had jumped in. We looked, but the trees were too thick to see anything, and we decided it was time to head home. Maybe it was just a deer, but it felt like something was watching us. Her voice dropped lower, and I leaned in to hear. About a week after that, we were sitting on the deck again, like always, waiting for the sun to set. But this time, everything was different. The air was still, no breeze, no sound at all. Not a single frog or insect, not even the owl. The silence was so deep it made the hairs on my neck stand up. She looked at me, her eyes dark and serious. Then we heard those heavy footsteps again. Sticks breaking, leaves rustling. Grandpa stood up and yelled at whatever it was, trying to scare it off. Then he went inside, grabbed his rifle, and came back out. He stood at the end of the deck, watching the woods. Then he yelled for me to come look. I walked over, and there it was. She took a shaky breath. I saw it, Ally. I swear I did. It was about 7 feet tall, standing on 2 legs like a person. Its arms hung down to its knees, and it had to weigh at least 400 pounds. It was covered in black hair, thick and matted. It just stood there, staring at us with these huge yellow eyes. Its mouth was open, and I could see sharp teeth, and spit dripping from its lips. I've never been so scared in my life. Grandpa started yelling and fired the rifle. That thing let out a howl, the most awful sound I've ever heard, and it ran off into the woods. She looked at her hands. It came back a few more times after that. We'd hear it out in the woods, sometimes closer, sometimes farther. Every time, Grandpa would fire the rifle, and it would leave. It never hurt us, but it never really left either. Grandpa taught me how to use the rifle, just in case. I never wanted to, but sometimes I had to shoot at it to scare it away. Maybe 5 or 6 times over the years. We never told anyone. Who would believe us? I listened, wide-eyed. Grandma, I believe you. I know there are legends about things in these woods. Anything could be out there. She smiled sadly. Grandpa and I just learned to live with it. I don't know why it waited 11 years to show up. Maybe it was always here, just hiding. She looked at me with a tired but gentle smile. You see, Ally, I'm happy here. I love the forest, the animals, even the quiet. Sometimes it gets lonely, but I wouldn't trade it for living in town. I need the trees and the wild. And yes, sometimes a strange creature comes through. But this is my home. She reached for her glass and took another sip. That's the end of my story, and the end of my reminiscing. Let's finish our lemonade, and you can tell me all about what's happening in your world. As we sat together, the sun drifted lower behind the trees, and the woods grew still and calm around us. For a long time, we just listened to the wind, the old house creaking, and the quiet sounds of the wild. I understood then why Grandma never wanted to leave. Some places, and some stories, are just a part of you forever. Sunlight poured over the valley as if someone had tipped a bowl of gold across the sky, and Elzebub paused on a ridge above St. Montes to feel the warmth run over his borrowed skin. He had worn countless faces in the centuries he had haunted the borderlands, but never one quite like this, tall, lean, bronzed, and handsome in a way that seemed to beg for mirrors. In the amber light his shoulders gleamed, each muscle drawn as precisely as a sculptor's line. His eyes, a sharp pharaoh yellow, were set beneath brows that suggested princely confidence. He could have kept traveling all afternoon. He could have lengthened his legs, turned his arms to wings, or slipped into the low gait of a black dog to lope unseen through thistle and fern. Yet the changeable soul inside him wanted none of that. It wanted the dramatic entrance, the shock, the worship. It wanted to walk through the gates of his birthplace and remind the castle that a shapeshifter rarely forgets a slight. St. Montes still looked immaculate from a distance. High curtain walls circled slopes furred in green. 7 watchtowers glittered with copper-tiled roofs. Banners embroidered with a crimson sun stirred in the early summer breeze. But Elzebub could sense, the way a spider senses vibration in its web, that something had thinned behind the stone. Fewer soldiers paced the battlements. Fewer children ran the orchard rows. 4 decades ago, when he last crept near these hills to frighten travelers and thieve their purses, he had counted close to 200 souls crammed inside those walls. Rumor said fewer than 40 remained. A purse heavy with coin dangled beneath his cloak. He had strangled its former owner during a foolish midnight card game in Vinter's Pass, then coaxed the man's terrified heart into an early stop by showing him how his killer could turn into a spider wider than a wagon wheel. Gold rattled when he walked. He enjoyed the sound. With valuables in his possession, a man never entered St. Montes by daylight. Too many eager eyes. So Elzebub waited until dusk's purple hushed before following the riverbank to the old postern gate. Ivy had swallowed half the masonry, but the latch still worked. The shapeshifter slipped through and padded barefoot along a covered walkway, listening. He smelled smoke, scented with clove and resin, drifting from the main courtyard. Not the acrid stench of torch oil and guard fires. This was sweeter, lazier, a narcotic haze rippling beneath the ancient archways. He reached the bridge across the inner moat just as a wounded fish flipped in the water, caught on a broken line. Without hesitating he knelt, scooped the creature up, and let it writhe in his palm. A tribute, he whispered, amused by his own theatrics, and continued into the castle proper. Guards flanked the double doors, their breastplates dull, helmet plumes wilted. They watched the stranger approach, half smiling, half scowling, but made no move to block him. Elzebub realized why when he stepped into the atrium. Everyone inside was drifting on drug smoke so thick it painted the air silver. Sun-spoked windows high overhead filtered weak light across dozens of lounging bodies. Some wore silk tunics, some wore nothing at all. Goblets lay toppled, herbs burned on iron braziers, and laughter ebbed, dreamy and slow, from sofas arranged beneath a vaulted roof. Elzebub spread his arms. The soft lamplight adored the curve of his chest, the lean V-flank of his abdomen, and lower still. Conversation stopped. Eyes widened. A hush, vulnerable and expectant, fluttered through the hall. Good folk of Semontis. He inclined his head just enough to show manners. I come bearing wealth and wonder, and I beg leave to honor your sovereign. Take me to whomever commands this stronghold now. A dark-eyed soldier rose, swaying, opened his mouth to answer, and found no answer to give. The throne was empty. The line that once prided itself on golden blood had been severed months ago. Micah, last ruler of the Crimson Sun banner, had died on the gallows, pregnant, robbed of life by a tradition that refused to bend. Phoenix, her lover, her would-be protector, had died before her. Out of shame or apathy, no knight, guard, or cousin had laid claim to the empty seat. Not that Elzebub knew the full tale. All he had gleaned, listening at taverns, was that the castle had lost its heart, and with it, any will to protect itself. The shapeshifter smiled. Kingdoms rarely fell in a single century. They frayed, thread by thread. He could be the shears that made the final cut. As he waited, a woman in a yellow silk robe stepped nearer. Sephora. Her hair, copper-tinted, swirled like flame against the smoke. Her gaze measured him with a heat that promised ecstasy or danger, perhaps both. We have no monarch now, she said. Only hunger and memories. Then accept this fish for your feast, Elzebub replied, lifting the still thrashing trout. And accept my gold for whatever pleasures you desire. He loosed the purse from his belt, let the coins jingle on the marble. Several courtiers gasped. Not because they had never seen gold, Semontis had once minted plenty, but because they had not seen so much offered by a naked stranger with such nonchalance. Sephora knelt, fingers grazing the coins. You must join us, she whispered, her gaze traveling shamelessly to his hips. Share the smoke and the sweet. Another voice cut across the murmur. Katrina, younger, pale, eyes keen despite the haze. She wanted children, everyone knew. 9 months had passed since Micah's death, and Katrina dreamed of birthing the next heir herself, though she carried no drop of royal blood. This man is mine, she announced, stepping forward. I will drink with him, and he will lie with me, and in my womb our future will awaken. Sephora stood, silk swirling. Greedy child. I saw him first. Her hand brushed Elzebub's forearm. Pulse quick, she added. Besides, I doubt you could handle him. Katrina's cheeks flamed. She balled her fists. Semontis needs heirs, not hungry wolves. Then breed with a lapdog, Sephora hissed. She swung at Katrina. Nails flashed. Katrina struck back. The courtyard exploded into shrieks. Men and women swarmed, trying to part the two, and when the crowd eased, Sephora was bleeding but victorious, standing over Katrina, who lay stunned. Elzebub's laughter rolled through the smoke. He offered Sephora his arm. She took it, tears of triumph in her eyes, and together they climbed the grand stairs to an upper level where wide double doors opened upon chamber after chamber. They found a bed draped in velvet and collapsed into it, the trout forgotten somewhere near the threshold. Through the char-scented night they coupled again and again. Each time Sephora whispered secrets. The hidden stair to the battlements, the abandoned code of succession, the half-empty larders downstairs, the shrinking medicine stores, the stubborn sickness that had begun as cough but now shadowed every throat. Sometime before dawn Elzebub rose, leaving Sephora asleep. He crossed the silent corridor, found an iron-framed window, and pressed his forehead to the crooked glass. Far below, flames marked the campfires of the northern colonies, tribes of beastcraft and old magic. Once their war bands had feared Semontis. No longer. Their scouts had grown bold, creeping to the moat at night, carving threats on oak doors. Elzebub's hunter's mind saw an opportunity. If the castle bent to his will, its neighbors would fall soon after, or else treat him as king of carrion. Yet another threat stirred closer to hand. Behind every cobweb tapestry, gossip slipped. Someone was poisoning citizens. 20 dead already, arsenic dissolved in sweet almond punch. Elzebub smiled at the irony. In old days he had drained hearts with terror. Now a slip of a woman named Katrina was thinning the herd with kitchen alchemy. The shapeshifter dressed, a linen sleeping shirt clinging loose on his brawny frame, and went hunting. Corridors lay hushed, lanterns guttering against stone. He followed a faint, bitter scent, crushed apricot, above it an iron tang. Down 2 flights, past the sunken arch, into the scullery. There he found Katrina kneeling before a cauldron, powdering dried leaves, lips moving in frantic count. She jolted when she saw him. Powder scattered. "You should be with Sephora," she said, voice brittle. "She's earned you, hasn't she?" Elzebub stepped nearer. "You've earned something as well." He glanced at the cauldron. "Another recipe? For the good of Samontis." She lifted a ladle, hands trembling. "The weak must pass so the strong can thrive." His grin bared teeth. "You think yourself strong? Will you stop me?" "No," he said. "I will improve you." Before she could speak, he let his skin ripple. Bone lengthened. Hair burst like quills along his spine. He chose his favorite nightmare, a hunting spider the size of a wagon, each eye glimmering as if lit by coal. Katrina's breath caught in her throat. Poison sloshed. The ladle clattered. He leaned forward, letting mandibles tickle her cheek. "I am the architect of culling," he whispered in the voice of wind through attic rafters. "I see your hunger. Wield it wisely, or it will eat you first." Then he shed the monstrous form, returned to handsome human shape, and stalked out. By sunrise the smell of almonds wafting toward the great hall had vanished. Katrina, pale as new wax, poured the cauldron's contents into the drain. A week later word spread. The midsummer code red would proceed despite dwindling numbers. 200 steps spiraled from ground level to gallows. Whoever reached the platform first would dine on roast pheasant. Whoever arrived last would feed the rope. No exceptions, no mercy. The rule had toppled the queen. It would, the elders whispered, either crown or crush a successor. Elzebub watched from a balcony. Nothing but a sheet knotted around his hips. Below, the courtyard thrummed with fear. Some prayed, others stretched limbs. The shapeshifter considered the possibilities. If he ran, he would likely win. His lungs were tireless. But victory too soon might expose his ambitions. Better to observe how desperation twisted hearts. At the stroke of noon a boy barely 12 blew a horn. The stampede began. Olga Price launched ahead. Ezra paced. Micah's memory drifted, sorrowful, behind every footfall. Elzebub chose not to run. He slipped from the balcony, walked unhurried, allowed the crowd to surge past like river water splitting around a stone. By the time he reached the first landing, 10 corpses already littered the stairs, trampled or fainted, skulls cracked on marble. Another 7 fell before he reached the final bend. On the platform Olga roared victory. Ezra followed seconds later. Survivors collapsed against ramparts, inhaling clouds, coughing red. Someone saw Elzebub climb the last step, and realized only he remained. 19 would live. 1 must die. Under hooded sunlight the stranger walked, radiating unearthly calm, until he stood before the upright gallows. Rope creaked. Silence deepened. Ezra stepped forward. "You weren't last. You never ran." Olga laughed through split lip. "He crossed the line after us. That's last enough." A dozen voices argued. Some proposed drawing lots. Some shouted for mercy. Elzebub lifted a hand. "Your law names last arrival. Yet I arrived by choice. I seeded the race." He gazed at the noose. "If you wish me to fill it, I will, but know the price." Olga spat blood. "We have paid every price." "Not mine." The shapeshifter met her stare. Something ancient flickered behind his golden irises. "If you hang me, I promise you poison air, cracking walls, crawling darkness." Not in days, in heartbeats. I carry more death than your gallows can swallow. He opened his cloak, letting the sheet drop. Scars shimmered. Tattoos of curling script, runic, unreadable, lined his ribs. Breath by breath the letters moved as if alive. A beggar shrank away. Ezra hissed a prayer. Even Olga faltered, sensing a predator older than steel. Choose, Elzebub said. No one spoke. Wind rustled the rope like dry grass. Behind the battlements fires burned on the northern hills, tribes rallying for war. A choice made itself. Better the devil you do not hang than the devil's sharpening spears outside. Elzebub reached for the rope, coiled it loop by loop, and laid it across the platform like a discarded serpent. Then let the feast begin. That night 9 pheasants roasted on a spit taller than a wagon, basted in honey and rosemary. The shapeshifter sat at the high table, Sephora at his side, Ezra 2 seats down, and praised the cook. Wine flowed. Smoke scented with poppy and mugwort rose toward the timbered vault. Laughter returned, aching but real. In the kitchen Katrina diced herbs with silent precision, eyes dark hollows in lamplight. She had tasted Elzebub's threat, felt its pulse against her cheek, and where fear once fluttered, fascination now thrived. She wondered what knowledge flickered inside those living tattoos, and what price she might pay to read them. By dawn fires flared along the outer fields. War drums thudded from the north. Semontis, population 39, gulped its last swallow of revelry. On the parapet, Elzebub watched enemy standards ripple in crude red paint. Behind him survivors hefted crossbows and boiling tar. He flexed fingers. Flesh rippled into onyx talons. His smile widened. An empty throne waited. So did night-haunted labyrinths under the castle, echoing with memories of dread. All he needed was time, and a dash of fresh terror, to bind Semontis to his reign. And if the citizens feared him? Good. Fear, he knew, was the beginning of worship, and worship, once it took root, could grow into anything, even loyalty. The shapeshifter breathed the smoke-lined air and let the dawn breeze curl across his perfect skin. War or peace, feast or famine, Semontis would soon know his true face. If not today, then tomorrow. After all, he had all the time in the world. The last families drifted toward the distant parking lot while the soft, false sunset of colored bulbs glimmered against the real dusk. Nobody else seemed to notice that the big sun-shaped sign above the gate stuttered and twitched, spelling and unspelling its message about the longest day of the year. Nobody cared that the sunflower petals mounted on electric motors spun half a beat too fast, or that the speakers bolted to the fence spat bursts of static between fragments of cheerful folk music. No parents tugged their children away when a faint metallic smell, sharp, wet, like pennies rubbed hard against stone, floated under the warm scent of roasted nuts and kettle corn. To Tasha, every unnerving detail felt loud, but the world kept sliding past her friends as if ordinary. She pulled her jacket tight across her shoulders. The night still carried a leftover trace of July warmth, yet cold air clung to her skin. Des, already half a dozen steps ahead, lifted his phone higher, filming everything with the smooth assurance of someone who thought the universe existed to be captured in portrait mode. The glowing screen cast a pale rectangle on his grin. Maya hovered behind, hugging a loose bouquet of wildflowers to her chest and sending wide-eyed glances toward the deeper woods that ringed the carnival. Jules, tall, loose-limbed, sunflower print dress swaying around patch-covered jeans, adjusted the flower crown on their own head before offering a smaller one to Maya, trying to coax a smile. Ricky, camera with a pro lens bouncing from his neck, scanned the thinning crowd with a focus that reminded Tasha of wildlife documentaries. Watchful, patient, predatory. Maya spoke first, voice barely louder than the rustling leaves overhead. Pagan Path closes at sundown. Their brochure literally warns people off. It screams human sacrifice. Des didn't lower his phone. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We sneak in after hours, film the creepy ritual junk, post it in the morning, and watch the views climb. Instant viral hit. He swung the lens toward Tasha. Come on. You're always researching haunted places. This is textbook local legend gold. Jules shot a sideways glare. We will 100% get kicked out. Or arrested. Or maybe eaten by costumed cultists. I have class on Monday. Ricky snorted. Relax. Worst case scenario, we bribe the security kids with leftover drink tickets. He tapped the bulky camera. If there's even one legit scare, this bureau will pay for itself. Tasha tried to put confidence into her smile. She had searched forums, archived news clippings, even combed dusty podcast episodes about Solstice Grove. Past accidents, missing visitors, employees disappearing on the trails, rumors that the owners had ties to an old fringe church. The tales weren't consistent, but the warning thread had made her stomach knot all week. I'm in, she said after a breath. But let's set ground rules. We stick together, no splitting up. If someone says we go, we leave. And we respect any memorial stuff we find. No jokes. Maya nodded quickly. Jules offered a thumbs up. Des shrugged, but his grin didn't slip. Scout's honor. An exhausted staffer rang a cluster of handheld chimes, signaling closing time. Families queued at the main exit under rows of neon suns. Des led their small group sideways, away from the flow, through a gate meant for deliveries. Twilight swallowed them nearly at once. Behind lay the bright electric carnival, with its tilt-a-whirl shadows and sugar-coated noise. Ahead waited ink-blue tree trunks and a path of crushed gravel glinting faintly like old bone. 2 carved poles flanked the entrance. Figures, maybe human, maybe not, cried silently in the wood, the lines of their faces eroded by rain until they looked like they were melting. Their hollow eyes seemed darker than night. The group crossed between them. Air temperature dropped another notch. The cicadas ceased. Leaves ceased. Only their boots and sneakers crunched. A lonely speaker far behind them flickered once, playing half a bar of some jolly jig before shorting out in static. Then even that died away. Maya clutched her flowers closer. I hate it. This is wrong. Des stepped backward, still filming. And therefore perfect. Tasha swung her flashlight in slow arcs. The beam shook a little in her grasp, revealing narrow stones at the path's edge etched with symbols she didn't recognize. The forest smelled damp, fertile, and under that fertile rot, smoke from wet wood, plus something chemical, something like fireworks long after they've been spent. Ricky began muttering technical notes into a lavalier mic clipped to his collar. Jules, head swiveling, murmured about mushroom spores and strange moss shapes and the fact that every tree seemed to bend slightly inward as though listening. They found the clearing abruptly, as if the earth itself blinked open a single blank eye. Grass gave way to packed dirt. At the center crouched a stone altar 3 feet high, surface pitted by decades of weather. On every side lay offerings, votive candles burned to nubs, rust-darkened coins, bunches of sage and rowan, Polaroid photos bleached nearly white. Farther back, under drooping ferns, Tasha spotted a nubby pile of canine teeth, strung on thread like macabre pearls. Next to them, burned bones. Ricky scrambled for a close-up. Maya whimpered. Des adjusted ISO, swooning about. Authentic production design. Until Jules hissed they doubted any marketing team left fragments of human skull. Tasha crouched, brushed moss aside, and made out lettering on a tarnished plaque. Tio break the cycle, the sun must die. She didn't grasp the meaning yet. Before she could say so, something heavy shifted beyond the ferns. A groan like a tree bough snapping. Then silence. She straightened slowly. From the dark stepped the harvest guardian. It looked almost like a person built from the woods themselves, bark plates for ribs, vines coiling as sinew, shoulders draped in lifeless leaves. A wooden mask covered its face. Chisel marks carved a smile too wide. Where eyes belong, only void open to bone blackness. A rusted scythe longer than Tasha's arm rested in its gnarl-knotted grasp. No one screamed at first. Shock can freeze lungs. Ricky, the fastest to act, hoisted his camera and pressed record. A light on the rig clicked on, illuminating sapgloss knots and insects crawling inside the mask's eye holes. The Guardian moved. 90 degrees. A pivot of impossible speed for its size. The scythe hooked low. Metal caught Ricky's belly like a farmhand harvesting wheat. Wet sound broke the stillness, muscle splitting. Blood spattered the altar in rude spatters, rosy against moonlit stone. Ricky's breath left in one startled bark. He collapsed. The Guardian's free hand produced a bundle of reeds soaked in tar. It touched the bundle to Ricky's wound and somehow fire bloomed there, conjured from nothing. Flesh hissed, bubbled, erupted. Ricky tried to scream now, but flames filled his throat. In seconds he was ash and falling soot. The altar's engravings glimmered red as if drinking his soul. Maya gasped. Des cursed. Jules dragged Maya backward by the wrist. Tasha, pulse pounding, flung the flashlight into the Guardian's chest. The beam bounced off bark. The figure didn't flinch. They ran. The path behind them buckled. Trees knit limbs overhead, knitting into a new wall of bark. When Des spun to film it closing, his phone display showed 0 battery and flicked black. He smacked the side, useless. They chased flickers of torchlight deeper into a throbbing maze. Vines and cut fence posts welded together with thorny rope. A titanic wicker man stood beyond like a beacon, arms spread. Every passage looked identical. The deeper they plunged, the more straw dolls they found dangling from hooks. Some bore fresh blood stains on the burlap. Tasha felt Jules stumble behind her. They cried out and fell. She turned in time to see vines slither from the labyrinth wall, coil around Jules's ankles, and yank. Jules landed hard on one knee, fruitless and tearing at the tendrils. Jules's breath rasped. Panic, asthma maybe. Tasha crouched to help, but her fingers found only slickness. The vines dripped sap that burned like nettles. Jules's shout cut off abruptly. Scythe's silver flashed. The Guardian materialized, drove the blade through Jules's chest, pinning them high. More tendrils bloomed, dragging Jules higher, feeding roots down their throat until rib cage bowed. Jules's eyes popped wide. Blood seeped. Vines dragged the body into the hedge and closed the living wall like lips sealing. Des hauled Tasha sideways. They sprinted, reached another threshold and found open sky again, this clearing crowned by a mutant oak whose limbs had been stripped of leaves to display hanging shapes, bags or bodies. Tasha didn't stare. She counted survivors. Herself, Des, Maya. 3. Maya trembled like a leaf in an updraft. 4 elements, she babbled. Earth, air, fire, water. Ricky burned. Jules choked on vines. That's air. I smell water. I can't. She bolted before Tasha could grab her. Tasha started after, but Des stopped her, fingers bruising her forearm. His expression held a remote calm. The phone in his hand, powerless, glinted with the reflection of torchlight. It looked like a mirror. In its surface his pupils were no longer round, they stretched vertical, cat-like. She jerked free. You knew about this. It demanded renewal. He answered, voice thin, almost apologetic. We give ourselves. It gives everything else. Maya's scream shattered the distant quiet. Wet terror. Then silence. Tasha ran anyway, weaving through corridors, ignoring Des's voice behind her. She burst into a moss-rimmed basin yawning like a crater. The water, black and glassy, reflected the bone-white moon. Maya knelt at the edge, shoulders shaking. Tasha quickened steps, but water erupted. Pale arms snatched Maya's cheeks, ripping flesh, yanking her shrieking into the pool. More arms surfaced, cadaverous things swollen by long submersion, peeling Maya like fruit. Blood flecked the lily pads, petals turned ruby. Bubbles crescendoed, then slowed. Her flower crown drifted, stained. Tasha crashed to her knees, vomiting bile, heart drumming. Behind her, footsteps. Des again. The mask, she saw it now, hung from his other hand, the carved grin almost breathing. Glyphs swirled faint on its surface like lazy fireflies. It's not possession, he murmured. It's succession. I was invited. We all are, by lineage or by chance. Someone wears the mask, takes the burden. Someone else bleeds. The cycle balances. She stared, numb. You brought us here to die. I brought us here so one of us could live, forever, maybe, in the grace of something ancient. He lifted the mask. Tasha bolted toward the basin, toward the floating crown, mind sparking wild. To break the cycle the sun must die. Suns were crowns in old myth. Maybe, just maybe. She seized the soggy crown, spun, and jammed it onto Dez's head just as he tried to fix the mask. White petals collapsed, vines twined, the mask fused unnatural. Gold runes flared. Dez howled. Light drilled from his eyes. Heat blasted Tasha backward. Wicker groaned. Then Dez's flesh tore outward. Fire spewed as if his veins were wicks. The mask cracked, split, and fell smoking to earth. Dez's body became red cinders on the wind. In the sudden hush, torch flames guttered out. The hedge walls sagged. Vines slackened like dead snakes. The carnival lights in the distance brightened as if power had surged back to the harmless amusements. But no one came help. Tasha wandered until dawn, lost in loops. She returned to the altar square after square mile, the forest rearranging. By morning the corpses were gone. Ash piles remained. The wooden mask, somehow whole again, whispered at the edge of her vision. After an hour staring, she left it, finding foothold only in the numbing mantra, keep breathing. Authorities later blamed missing person reports on an electrical fire and storage sheds. Solstice Grove filed bankruptcy, sold to investors who planned to reopen within a year under new management. They advertised a more immersive solstice experience. That next summer crowds returned. At the gate they received free flower crowns, lovely and fresh even in heat. They did not know Forgotten Stone drank last season's blood. They did not see the girl in white robes at the heart of the park, face placid beneath a halo of blossoms, greeting them with soft eyes that never quite focused. They only felt welcome. They walked laughing under fake sunflowers, passing wooden totems with hollow eyes, never noticing bark hands that flexed in passing. When dusk fell, speakers buzzed. A voice, thin, gentle, entirely unfamiliar, told them the longest day festivities were about to begin. Some felt a strange copper taste on their tongues but dismissed it as kettlecorn salt. A hush rippled across the midway as lanterns darkened, as if the park itself inhaled. Some parents felt sudden worry, but the gates behind them clicked shut. Their phones lost signal. The sun mascot's eyes flickered with almost human light. Deep in the grove, the wooden mask rested on a pedestal of roots, unchanged, patient. The cycle had not broken, it had simply turned its page. Somewhere beneath the soil, water-filled lungs that never finished screaming, vines remembered the shape of ribcages, flames dreamed of scorching new names into altar stone. Tasha, sitting upright on that pedestal, thin petals circling her drained face, never blinked, never moved, but the mask at her feet seemed to whisper, urging the festival on. Another longest day was ready to begin. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Summer crept in as if it were shy, and no one could decide whether to praise it or curse it. Some days carried the promise of endless warmth, then clouds rolled in and spilled cold rain that soaked the sidewalks and made neighbors tug shut their windows again. People talked about the weather the way they talked about old lovers, first with excitement, then with disappointment, and always with the quiet hope that the next time would be different. When the sun finally planted itself in the sky and refused to move, those same mouths complained about the heat, about sticky sheets at night, about ice trays that refused to freeze fast enough. Still, memories of legendary summers from years gone by stirred in every conversation. They spoke of forbidden swims in murky rivers, of ice cream trucks groaning out tinny tunes, of hosepipes that sprayed half the street. They never mentioned the sleepless nights, the headaches, the smell of garbage ripening in the alley, the insects humming too loudly to let anyone rest. Kirsty welcomed this summer, as though destiny had handed it to her alone. Something in her steps, in her distant stares, suggested a private project, a silent plan forming behind her calm eyes. I sensed it without naming it. The shape of her happiness pulsed at the edges of our shared rooms. When she moved through the apartment, she carried a concentrated calm that made me hesitate to disturb her. I told myself that if she seemed content, then I too should feel content, even if a small knot in my stomach asked questions I chose not to answer. The knot tightened when she announced, after dinner one evening, that she had to fly to Sweden for work. Her company often sent her abroad, and each trip landed like a fresh pebble in the stream of our routine. Even when I expected it, the splash unsettled me. A hollow ache bloomed behind my ribs just thinking about her empty side of the bed. Still, I forced a smile, hugged her, and said all the right words. I promised myself never to make her feel guilty for leaving. I would not tell her how I missed her during those trips, not because I wanted to hide it, but because I believed love should free, not shackle. I would make her homecoming matter instead, fold her into my arms, run gentle fingers through her hair, kiss her eyelids, warm her with the faith that she was safe, that here she was loved beyond measure. She departed on a humid morning. I watched her taxi disappear, its exhaust hanging in the air. The moment she vanished, the apartment felt too wide, the quiet too heavy. I poured coffee and sat at the kitchen table staring out the window, trying to read but rereading every line. At night I lay across the mattress, restless, turning her pillow toward me so I could breathe in lavender and the faint citrus note of her shampoo. The nights stretched long and thin. I expanded chores and errands to fill hours, dusting shelves that did not need dusting, wiping counters until they squeaked. I told myself every departure hardened me a little, trained me in solitude and patience, but the training never quite took. A week later, Kirsty returned. She stepped through the door brighter, lighter, as though carrying sunlight in her eyes. Her energy startled me. It was more than relief or jet-lag buzz, something deeper shimmered beneath her calm skin. I held her close, but beneath the embrace I noted that hush of difference, a faint distance like air between two magnets resisting each other. She smiled, spoke about flight delays and window seats, yet moments of silence stretched in new ways. I asked how Sweden had been. She laughed, said, "Beautiful, so green it feels unreal." But she did not linger on details. When I nudged again, interested, she teased that I would hear everything in time. A mystery sat between us. Days flowed past. Summer's heat bunched on rooftops, trapped itself in white curtains that hardly stirred even when the windows stayed open all night. Outside, asphalt shimmered. Indoors, fans rotated and pushed hot air in circles. Kirsty seemed to thrive in the weather. Her cheeks glowed. Her eyes shone as though she carried good news inside but wasn't quite ready to unwrap it. I sensed the hum under her skin, like electricity before a storm. She slept well, too well. I watched her chest rise and fall in deep, peaceful rhythms while I waited through half-sleep, unsettled by the heat or my own unease. Soon she began sharing stories late at night, once we had accepted that neither of us would fall asleep quickly. We would lie in darkness, the fan's slow chop above us, cicadas rattling outside, and she would speak in a low voice. She told me of the Swedish countryside where her team had held meetings, a small village nestled among lakes and pine forests. "They celebrate midsummer differently there," she said one night, tracing invisible circles on my chest. "They pick 7 kinds of flowers and place them under pillows to dream of true love. They weave human-shaped figures from straw and hide them in friends' beds. They dance around poles dressed in white." I pictured the scenes like postcards, endless green meadows, pastel dresses, delicate garlands. Night after night she returned to these rituals with new details. One day a colleague had given her a tiny woven doll. Another day she joined a dance barefoot in cool grass. She described a circle of villagers, men and women dressed alike in sheer linen, moving around a bonfire. "They say if you listen closely you can hear the forest breathe," she whispered, lips brushing my ear. I fell under the spell of her words, lulled by her voice and the press of her warm body. When she stopped speaking, silence fell thick, like we were suspended in a soft cocoon. I drifted into dreams laced with garlands, with pine needles, with flickering shadows. I should have asked more, should have probed the meaning of these stories. Instead, I surrendered to their comfort. That surrender grew each evening until anticipation tightened my muscles the moment we climbed into bed. She might barely touch me, just a fingertip on my wrist, and my pulse would race. She would describe villagers collecting dew before dawn, or whisper about hidden paths through ferns, and desire throbbed through me. Sometimes she reached over, closed her fist gently around my knee, and guided me to the edge of bliss. Other nights she rolled atop me and spoke of floral crowns while her hips rocked. I tried to record every whispered phrase, but memory fogged as soon as pleasure burst. Soon objects began appearing. One morning I lifted my pillow to fluff it, and found a figure woven from grass and thin stems. Its tiny arms reached upward as though begging. I chuckled, chalked it up to Kirsty's mischief, and placed it on the bedside table. The next night another doll appeared, this time tucked against my thigh as I slept. A sweet surprise, I thought. Yet a chill ghosted down my spine. I mentioned it to Kirsty, but she tilted her head as though vaguely amused, said, "Maybe the dolls follow us." Her calmness shushed my worry, but at 3 a.m. I stared at the ceiling, thoughts buzzing. A week before midsummer, heat gathered in the apartment until each breath felt syrupy. I woke covered in sweat, heart pounding though no nightmare lingered. My skin itched. I staggered to the bathroom and clicked on the light. Angry red bites dotted my arms, neck, thighs, a trail of welts as if a creature had feasted on me. I pressed cool washcloths to them, half dizzy. In the mirror my eyes looked sunken, my lips pale. Yet the bites did not hurt, more like subtle pulses of heat, echoes of unseen teeth. When I crawled back to bed, Kirsty's skin glowed flawless, untouched by any insect. I whispered about the bites. She brushed her fingers across a welt, hummed sympathetically, and suggested insects favored my sweeter blood. Then she drew me close and stroked my hair until sleep reclaimed me. In the morning the bites had faded to pink shadows. That should have eased my mind, yet the days felt like trudging through thick river mud. In video calls I forced smiles at coworkers. Words splayed across my screen but meaning didn't stick. I saved PowerPoints with names I would never remember. When my lunch break came I sat at the kitchen table, ate cold fruit, and imagined Kirsty dancing barefoot in fragrant grass, daylight weaving gold through her hair. I pictured her among villagers in translucent white clothing, their skin glowing peach beneath thin linen. The thought triggered a rush of jealousy, then shame. I chased shame away with chores or with scrolling blankly through social feeds. Night offered both relief and dread. I longed for her stories, and feared them too. Sometimes I thought I woke in the dark to see a silhouette by the door. A shape tall and still, the suggestion of antlers or perhaps branches rising above. My breath froze. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Then I blinked and saw only curtains stirring. I told myself it was sleep paralysis, a trick of heat and half-dream. Days before the solstice, I discovered cuts around my wrist. They encircled like braided thorns, shallow yet painful. Blood crusted under a line of swelling. When I touched it, I found no object causing pressure, no bracelet, nothing. The skin throbbed as though from a fresh brand. I wondered if in sleep I had snagged on the bed frame. Kirsty poured cool water, dabbed at the cuts, and hummed a slow tune. I noticed the hum matched the pattern of her earlier stories, lilting up then down like a lullaby I had never heard. She kissed the injured wrist, and pain lessened. That evening she pressed ice to it, then licked droplets away. My pulse hammered so hard the bites and cuts melted into the background of desire. At night her stories shifted. She spoke of visitations, figures flickering at the edge of torchlight, inviting her to follow them into birch groves. She described lying in flowers while gentle hands touched her. I tried to imagine myself present, yet jealousy scraped my chest. But each time jealousy rose, Kirsty placed a finger on my lips, reminding me we two lay here now, together in the same heartbeat. Her fingers traveled downward to prove her point. My doubts washed away. The night before the solstice felt like waiting inside a bell jar. Heat pressed. The city outside our window pulsed but seemed muffled. In our bedroom I sensed unseen watchers lurking in corners. My phone lit with notification chimes, but when I looked no message consumed my mind, nothing important. I set it face down. Kirsty brewed a dark drink in the kitchen, red as garnet, steam curling. She handed me a mug. Its ceramic was warm. I sniffed the surface. Herbs, maybe berries, something metallic. She brought the rim to my mouth and smiled. I gagged at first taste, but she held the mug patiently, lips murmuring encouragement. I drank. Liquid trickled down my throat like syrup and fire. My eyes watered. She set the mug aside, guided me to bed. My limbs felt heavy, yet sensation fizzed beneath my skin. When she began to kiss me, pleasure spun into delirium. I lost sense of up or down. I remember only her hair brushing my face, the scent of pine and crushed grass. I must have drifted in and out. At moments I felt her leaving the room, then returning with cool air clinging to her. Once I felt something wet drip onto my chest. Dew? Melted ice? I didn't know. The solstice day dawned, but I slept through sunlit hours. I woke at dusk, mouth dry, heart unsteady. Kirsty sat at the edge of the bed brushing my hair with her fingers. She slipped a beaded necklace around my throat. Each bead prickled like thorns. I tried to speak. My words slurred. She pressed a kiss to my lips, whispering that tonight was the night I would understand everything. She promised beauty, freedom, connection beyond any love story. Her eyes shone with certainty, and part of me believed her. Another part trembled like a trapped bird. She helped me stand. My legs felt numb. She guided me to the living room and led me through a doorway I did not remember existing. We entered a hallway washed in bluish light. Cool night air brushed my skin. I realized I was naked except for the necklace. Kirsty wore a white dress so thin the curve of her hips glowed through. The hallway became an outdoor path. Duflecked grass cushioned my feet. Music drifted on the breeze, reedy flutes, low drums echoing faintly. Shadows moved among tree trunks, people dressed like Kirsty weaving lanterns through leaves. I wanted to speak to them, but words could not leave my tongue. We reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. Torches ringed its rim, their flames subdued but steady. In the center rose a wooden frame shaped like the outline of a giant figure, arms open in welcome. Flowers, white, red, purple, draped its limbs. Beneath it lay a bed of moss and petals. Around the clearing stood maybe 20 people, men, women, older, younger, dressed in sheer white. Their faces painted with streaks of crimson across cheekbones. They whispered softly, a language I did not know but recognized from Kirsty's stories. Kirsty lifted my hand and guided me forward. The watchers parted. I glimpsed one holding a shallow bowl with curling smoke. Another cradled a bunch of herbs. Someone else carried a crown made of dark branches, thorns glinting. I felt airy, as though standing slightly to the side of my own body, following steps choreographed long before I was born. Kirsty stopped before the wooden figure. She turned to me. "You are mine," she said, voice steady. I nodded, though part of me screamed inside. She held the thorn crown, raising it high so torchlight caught its barbs. Before placing it, she kissed me deeply. Her tongue tasted of iron, of berries. Her lips parted from mine. She breathed across my face, whispering words that vibrated through my bones. The crown descended. Sharp points scraped scalp, dug into skin. I gasped. Warmth slid down my forehead. Blood tickled my ear. Kirsty traced those streams with tender fingers, collecting drops and smearing them across her own cheeks, mirroring the painted stripes on the watchers. I did not resist. My heartbeat thundered with fear and longing. Hands from behind pressed my wrists to the wooden frame. Other hands bound them with woven cords of vines and grass. The bindings tightened as though alive, flexing, digging. I tried to move, but my muscles seemed drugged. Kirsty pressed her body against mine. Her dress whispered as she shivered. She pressed her mouth to my neck. Her teeth grazed flesh, searching. I moaned in half pleasure, half panic. She murmured my name, her breath hot. Then she bit. The pain was quick, bright. Her teeth slid deeper, lips sealed, sucking, pulling. The watchers hummed, low and rhythmic. Kirsty drank. I felt blood leave me, felt vertigo. My knees weakened but the frame held me. Each pulse of her throat matched the drum beat. Dizziness swelled. She drew back, lips wet, eyes gleaming. She moaned softly, brushed the back of her hand across her mouth, sighed with satisfaction. A ripple of distant joy washed through the clearing. My vision swam, the torches doubled. The watchers stepped forward in pairs. One lifted my arm, placing lips to the inside of my elbow. Another pressed mouth to my shoulder. I felt small bites, gentle but piercing. They drank carefully, like tasting wine. My skin burned where they touched. Breath became ragged. The world shrank to heartbeat after heartbeat, each one weaker. Yet ecstasy throbbed where their tongues traced veins. Light's kaleidoscope behind my eyes. Someone, the woman with the smoke bowl, placed a cool compress against my forehead. A herbal scent filled my nostrils, lavender, mugwort, maybe yarrow. Clarity returned for a moment. I saw Kirsty kneel below my chest. She parted my legs, brushed fingertips along my thigh, and pressed her lips just above my hip while looking into my eyes. Her gaze promised release. She opened her mouth, teeth gleaming, bit gently, then harder. Pleasure collided with pain, bright as midsummer noon. I arched. The watchers murmured approval. Blood dripped down my sides, trailing along ribs, staining the white dress of the person kneeling behind me. But the touch remained strangely caring, as though I were holy. Faces blurred with tenderness and hunger intertwined. Time fragmented. Sometimes darkness swallowed the clearing, only torch circles flickering. Other times the sky blazed pale blue though the moon still hung. I drifted between states. My body slumped but vines held me upright. My own blood wet my chest, my thighs sticky and cooling. Every nerve felt raw and open. At some unknown point, they severed the bindings. My legs folded. Arms slid beneath me. They lifted me onto the moss bed beneath the giant wooden figure. The structure creaked above me as if leaning closer. Flowers brushed my hair. I sensed hearth-warm ground below but no solid edges. I felt weightless. Kirsty lay beside me. She stroked my cheek. Her lips glistened, dark smudges across her chin. She whispered my name again, voice thick with devotion. In her eyes I saw not cruelty but gratitude. She pressed her palm to my chest. Heat flowed from her palm into my skin. The wound at my neck burned anew and then numbed. My vision cleared enough to watch the watchers form a circle. They raised arms toward the sky. Chant rose, words swirling like leaves in updraft. A flash of white darted between trees, perhaps another celebrant joining. Drums quickened, heartbeat matched. The crown of thorns felt heavier, yet vines released me. I lay there, unable to rise. Kirsty touched my lips with a petal. She said, "You are reborn. You will lead with me." I didn't understand until she guided my hand to her heart. Beneath thin linen her pulse hammered. She pulled my palm downward to her belly. There, deeper than muscle or bone, another pulse echoed, quiet, fragile. My eyes widened. She nodded. "Our child," she said. "Born of midsummer blood and love. The village promised and the forest blessed." A tear slipped over my temple, half sorrow, half wonder. I whispered a question. Would I see morning? She did not answer with words. She inclined her head. The watchers parted. Among them entered an elder, silver hair braided with leaves, face lined like a river map. In weathered hands the elder carried a cup carved from birch, rim stained a darker red. The elder lifted it to me. The liquid inside was thick, shimmering with faint gold flecks. I smelled iron and honey. Each watcher pressed a thumb to my wounds, then the elder collected the smear into the cup, swirling it. My stomach quivered. Fear sparked bright, but exhaustion muted alarm. The elder tipped the cup to Kirsty. She drank first, lips parting to accept. Then Kirsty moved the cup to my mouth. "Drink," she said tenderly. I tasted earth, salt, sap, and warmth. as though forest roots melted on my tongue. A heat rippled through veins. Pain receded, replaced by floating tranquility. Voices receded like a tide. Above us dawn softened the stars. The wooden figures' outstretched arms framed sky turning pale rose. Birds chirped tentative notes. The watchers faded back into trees, dresses blending with mist. The elder gathered petals, sprinkling them over me and Kirsty like snow. Each petal melted into skin, leaving tiny tingles. Kirsty kissed me, lips sweet now. "Rest," she whispered. "You will wake stronger." She lay her head on my chest. The crown slipped from my hair, landing beside us. I felt vines coil loosely around ankles, but now they soothed rather than restrained. Sleep, deep and dreamless, folded over me. I surrendered, trusting her heartbeat, trusting dawn. When I opened my eyes, sunlight filtered through green leaves. The clearing was empty except for birds hopping among petals. Kirsty knelt near a small stone pool, cupping water to wash her face. She waved me over. My limbs obeyed. Ache lingered yet strength pulsed underneath. My wounds had closed into faint red lines. The crown lay at my feet. Roses had sprouted among thorns overnight. I looked at Kirsty. She stood glowing, dress stained with dried blood but eyes radiant. She placed my palm to her belly again. The second heartbeat thumped stronger. She said, "We did it." I felt tears. She wiped them, smiling. We walked from the clearing hand in hand, following a path cushioned with moss. Morning fog lifted, revealing quiet forests lit by gold shafts. Far off, I glimpsed white dresses disappearing behind trunks, watching over us. We passed tree after tree until the faint shape of our apartment building rose beyond the last line of pines, as if forest and city overlapped like fading dreams. Inside our place, late morning sun warmed floorboards. The day hummed outside. I expected fatigue, but energy shimmered in me. I poured water. We showered together, red streaks spiraling down the drain. In the tile's reflection I saw a new calm in my gaze. Around my wrist faint vines imprinted like tattoos. Kirsty met my eyes, full of unspoken vows. Life continued. Traffic, emails, grocery runs, yet under every mundane moment flowed the memory of that longest night, of petals and blood, of love anchored in ritual older than recorded time. I no longer feared absence. Our bond had bloomed in strange soil. Summer heat eased into late July, August storms rolled through, and we weathered them with quiet smiles. Sometimes at midnight we lit one candle, drank dark berry wine, and whispered blessings to the unborn child. Petals pressed between pages dried crisp, holding fragrance of that night. I never learned every rule of that Swedish ritual, nor asked for a full account. Some mysteries deserved their veil. Yet I knew my part, and I knew its cost. Scars reminded me. In rare moments I wondered what would happen next midsummer, when the forest called again. I would not resist. For now, I felt the smallest heartbeat inside Kirsty's belly, felt mine echo, felt seasons turning. The river carried us onward, always onward, each moment remade by time. Outside, neighborhoods roasted then cooled. Small children chased ice cream trucks, lost quarters in the grass, laughed. Couples sprawled in parks, arguing lightly, making up beneath starry skies. Cicadas droned and eventually fell silent, their short lives ending. Another summer would come, uncertain at first, then bold, then scorching, then gone. I would remember the one that changed me forever, the one where love, blood, and folklore tangled into something that could not be named without cheapening it. In simple words, I loved Kirsty. She loved me. We carried new life. We belonged to something vast and green and pulsing with ancient energy. And in that belonging, whatever fear lingered found its place, became fertilizer for new wonder, and kept us walking forward into sunlit days. The small shop stood at the end of a narrow street in Clarksville's Artisan Quarter, a neighborhood that smelled of roasting coffee and damp brick after every afternoon thunderstorm. Its name, Bellwitch Doll Hospital, was painted by hand on a signboard just above two tall windows, and those same windows were crowded with strange figures that seemed to attract exactly the sort of attention the owner wanted. Every doll in the display was a patchwork of parts: painted bisque for faces, carved poplar for hands, shiny plastic for limbs, bits of lace and ribbon stitched wherever space allowed. Symbols written in silver and red ink marked their brows and shoulders. No two dolls used the same pattern, yet all shared the same unsettling trait. Each pair of glass eyes seemed to track anyone who dared to slow down, as though the tiny heads could turn if one shifted sight for even a heartbeat. Locals hurried past with their gazes fixed firmly on the sidewalk or the convenience store across the street. Tourists, unaware of the stories whispered in backyards and barber shops, often paused just long enough for a chill to climb their spines before they too decided it was time to move on. That moment of unease was the only transaction the shopkeeper sought. She did not care for money, only for that faint taste of fear. Behind those windows a heavy velvet curtain, dyed a shade so black it drank whatever light touched it, kept the showroom hidden. Beyond the curtain, a single monitor glowed in a room otherwise dark. 10 cameras watched 10 angles, each image cycling every few seconds. An empty alley that ran behind the building, the quiet front door with 7 locks, both display windows, the counter that held no register, a sidewalk that collected autumn leaves even in summer, and the small back room where the owner sat. She perched on a wooden stool, legs folded under a blue sundress sprinkled with yellow petals, bare feet resting on cool concrete. Bangles tinkled softly whenever she shifted her hands, though she rarely did. Her eyes were closed, but the tiny muscles around them moved as if they could still see the parade of black and white images rolling across the screen. She looked young enough to borrow a high school ID, but her deep stillness gave off the gravity of older seasons, as if time circled around her instead of pulling her forward. Minutes stretched into an hour, then 2. Outside, the daylight thinned and slanted across brick walls, painting long stripes that climbed towards second-story windows. Inside, nothing changed except the numbers in the corner of the monitor ticking forward. When city street lamps flicked on, the cameras shifted from gray to faint silver. On the 10th pass after dusk, the alley camera at last revealed motion. 2 women approached side by side, each leaning on a polished cane. One wore her hair pinned in a careful twist, the other kept her his the blade, leaving a trail of dry petals behind her. The second visitor turned toward the older one and kissed her gently on the shoulder, then lifted a woven purse from her arm and set it at the foot of the stool. She reached inside the purse and drew out a glass vial no longer than her thumb, sealed with wax and heavy with something dark. The young-looking doll-maker took the vial, rolled it between her palms for a moment, then pressed it against the skin above her heart. Her lashes fluttered as if she were smelling roses. For a breath she swayed like a branch in a breeze. The older woman removed her blue shawl and draped it over the back of a small chair, then stepped behind the stool and began to comb the dollmaker's long hair with slow, practiced strokes. The youngest sank into the touch. When the comb reached the nape of her neck, a sigh slipped from her mouth, a sound that carried both gratitude and loneliness. Memories drifted through her mind, first as scattered shards, then as clearer pictures. She saw sawdust drifting through lamplight in a workshop half a world and 5 centuries away. She smelled resin, pine, and the oil her father rubbed into wooden marionettes to give them the sheen of living skin. In that memory the dollmaker was again a frail girl named Ursula Schnitzer. Her fingers were small but steady. They carved curls of spruce thinner than thread. Customers adored the tiny lifelike dolls she produced. Her father adored the coins they brought. On one damp evening, an elegant stranger arrived accompanied by a broad-shouldered servant. He admired Ursula's work, speaking to his servant in gentle Yiddish. The servant produced a heavy pouch that sang with metal when it landed in her father's hands. Those coins were not pfennigs, nor hellers, nor even silver groschen. They were golden, enough to purchase a farm or outfit a small battalion. The price of Ursula's apprenticeship. Before dawn broke, she left home forever and rode east with that smiling stranger who called himself Sabriel. Years followed one another like pages in an unbroken scroll. Sabriel taught Ursula languages, mathematics, the names of every nerve that rang beneath human skin, and a craft far older than carving. He showed her how to bottle memory, how to cage a snatch of laughter, how to guide the frail flicker that is a dying person's last ounce of will from one vessel to another. At first she did not understand the purpose, only felt the thrill of power humming behind each lesson. When consumption carved hollows beneath her ribs and the local priests foretold her death, Sabrio placed a wax figure in her trembling hands. He asked if she trusted him. She nodded, though the act shook her lungs. Sabrio pressed a drop of his own blood against the doll's lips, whispered words that tasted of winter, then bade Ursula to drink from the cut he made in his wrist. That blood burned, and the fever broke. Dawn found Ursula breathing easy. Her father's world became a distant hush. The dollmaker opened her eyes in the Clarksville backroom. She poured 3 crystal flutes with thick red liquid from a narrow decanter, and handed one each to Mary and Emma. Both women raised the glasses to their lips as though following a ritual they had practiced for decades, which in a sense they had. Mary drank first, then watched Emma until Emma did the same. Ursula sipped last, letting the liquid coat her tongue. It was older than wine, older than vinegar, a blend of blood, blackcurrant, and the secret that kept life tethered to flesh beyond its appointed season. Ursula thanked Emma for caring so well for Mary. She thanked Mary for agreeing to walk the next portion of the path. Emma tried to stay stoic, but tears slipped free. She had expected another century beside Mary. Instead, the years had folded quickly, and now her bones felt brittle each dawn. Ursula brushed a thumb across Emma's damp cheek, then kissed her brow. She turned to Mary and asked again if she was ready to continue. Mary nodded. Her face seemed chiseled from marble under the dim glow of the monitor. Once she had been a research director in New York, curing diseases on paper and in petri dishes long before they touched human bodies. Cancer found her eventually, and Ursula had found her the night Mary believed she had run out of time. They moved to the front of the store, weaving among glass cases crowded with dolls whose eyes never slept. Ursula picked up a small wax figure with features that mirrored Emma's younger face, big hopeful eyes, curls pinned with silver wire, mouth caught mid-laugh. She wrapped the doll in a silk handkerchief and pressed it into Emma's hands. Emma clutched it like a relic. Next, Ursula removed from a drawer a plain wooden sign announcing the store's closing and any offer accepted. She asked Emma to place it in the window at dawn. Emma promised. Down the hallway, Ursula unlatched the front door. Mary opened her arms, and Ursula fell into them. Their lips met one last time. When Ursula stepped onto the sidewalk, the first faint rumble of morning traffic stirred the air. Streetlights flicked off one by one. She faced east, where a thin thread of gold already split the horizon. Her bare feet felt cool against the concrete. She inhaled. The sun's rim lifted. In its light her skin warmed, then smoked, then flared in a silent burst of ash and embers. By the time Emma finished taping the closing sign inside the window, nothing remained on the sidewalk but a ring of char, a faint smell of cedar, and a scattering of blackened charms that tinkled once in the breeze before crumbling. Inside, Mary gently removed the velvet curtain, letting soft morning light pass through the dolls. They no longer frightened her. Their painted eyes glistened with something like gratitude. She walked to the back room. On the stool lay Ursula's bangles neatly stacked. Mary slipped one onto her own wrist. Behind her, Emma folded the security monitor's power cord and placed it inside the purse that had once carried the vial. The cameras flickered their final frames, showing an empty alley, an empty sidewalk, a store filled with figures that waited silently for the next pair of footsteps. Mary clasped Emma's hand. They had centuries of work ahead, discoveries to finish, apprentices to teach, maps to draw on the skin of a world that never slept. Outside, the sun continued its climb, indifferent and bright. Sophia Skarvik steered the rental south along the E10, past the faded sign that marked the last turnoff before A. The road looked like a single strip of wet ribbon laid between the sea and the mountains, always curving, always narrowing, never quite wide enough for 2 cars to pass without the drivers holding their breath. It was nearly 1 in the morning, but above the Arctic Circle the sun refused to leave the sky. Its orange disk hung just above the water as if glued there, throwing strange shadows that stretched the wrong way across the asphalt. The sky was neither night nor day, only an endless dim glow that watched everything below with tired eyes. She had not met another vehicle for the better part of an hour. Only seabirds cruised overhead, their thin cries almost lost in the wind that came off the water. She felt calm in the driver's seat, though her calm was more like an empty space than true rest. The breakup back in Oslo had drained her instead of wounding her. Now, miles beyond any cell phone signal, she kept imagining what her grandmother would say once she arrived. She could hear the lecture in her head, complete with rolled R's and gentle scolding. "My little beetle Sophie, why can't you keep a man? Is it those ripped jeans that make you look like a traveler? Just stay in A with me. I'll find you a proper boy quicker than you can say the cold plays." Sophia smiled at the thought while she guided the Fiat across a narrow bridge and into another small valley thick with birch. All the trees leaned toward the sea, branches stretched the way tired people reach for coffee in the morning. Their white bark peeled in long strips that fluttered like ribbon in the breeze. She remembered someone telling her once that birches bend for the wind because they grow where the wind is strongest. She wondered if the same was true for people, or if sometimes people simply broke. The road climbed a short rise, and suddenly the village appeared, a scattering of red wooden cabins on stilts over black water, all joined by slim wooden walkways. Behind them the mountains stood in a half-circle, jagged and dark, reflected in the still fjord like broken teeth in a black mirror. She pressed the brakes and let the car roll to a crawl. A faint ache pulled in her chest. It was supposed to feel like home, but it never had, not even when she was a child visiting with her mother. After the accident, or disappearance really, no one ever found the body. She had come only once, for the funeral in Oslo, where they buried a closed casket that held nothing except her mother's favorite things. Her grandmother had worn a heavy black wool coat in the summer heat, insisting on old customs. They had only exchanged a few letters since then, and Sophia had never answered. Now the only sound came from the Fiat's engine ticking in the cool air. The fjord's surface looked like glass, unbroken even by gulls. Her phone buzzed in the cup holder, then went black. No signal, no alert. A shiver crawled across her back. She parked near the rickety pier that marked the start of the village footpaths, killed the engine, and waited. The door to her grandmother's house swung open as if on cue. A small woman stood in the frame, bone-thin, her salt and pepper braid hanging over one shoulder. Even at this distance Sophia could feel those sharp eyes examining her like a half-finished quilt. "You came," the old woman called. "Good. You're just in time." Sophia grabbed her backpack, slung it over one shoulder, and stepped onto the damp gravel. "In time for what?" she asked. Her grandmother turned and disappeared inside. The door drifted half-shut behind her. The cottage smelled of boiled coffee and sea salt, exactly as she remembered. The walls were lined with photos and mismatched frames, fishermen in black and white, school portraits of Sophia's mother, snapshots of Sophia as a toddler splashing in tide pools. Nothing new had been added in years. In the kitchen a cast iron pot sputtered on the stove, the odor of strong brew filling every corner. Upstairs Sophia's old bedroom waited untouched. She found herself too tired to change out of her travel clothes, patched jeans, sneakers, an oversized hoodie. She pulled the curtains aside to check the time on the horizon, but of course the sun had not moved. The sky was stuck in perpetual dawn. She slipped the hoodie off, climbed under the quilt her grandmother had sewn decades before, and let the faint hum of wind against the eaves rock her into sleep. She woke to a brightness that said dawn, though dawn had never ended. Her throat felt dry, her mouth tasted like old coffee. Downstairs she heard the steady clack of plates and smelled freshly baked flatbread. She washed her face, brushed her hair into a quick braid, and joined Besta outside. The old woman stood barefoot on the porch, pinning linens to a sagging clothesline. Despite the wind that blew off the water, the sheets barely stirred. Sophia crossed the porch and kissed her grandmother on the cheek. The skin felt cool and strong. She was surprised by how small the older woman seemed now, and yet how unbent. After breakfast they walked the single gravel lane to the meeting house. The village looked unchanged. Same paint peeling on fishing shacks, same nets hanging to dry like gray cobwebs. same rusted trawlers bobbing at the pier, but the silence struck her differently now. In Oslo, traffic and voices never stopped. Even at midnight there was always a radio, a bus, a siren. Here the quiet felt too complete, like someone had snuffed out every sound on purpose. Inside the meeting house, long tables were arranged end to end. Platters of gravlax, bowls of sour cream, stacks of waffles dusted in sugar, pitchers of rhubarb cordial lined the boards. The villagers greeted Sophia with polite nods, the kind that served as both welcome and inventory. She could feel them adding up details: her city shoes, the split ends in her hair, the absence of a ring. She sat beside Besta while the elders swapped stories in a mixture of Norwegian and dialect so thick she caught only fragments. Mention of good fishing runs, coughs about tourist prices, curious shivers of talk about tomorrow's midsummer gathering. Whispers drifted closer, riding the echo of clinking glasses. "She's not married? Not even engaged? There's still time. Midsummer brings dreams, you know." Laughter followed, soft but pointed. Sophia sipped her cordial and let the burn warm her ribs. Every village had its way of folding gossip into hospitality. These people were no different. Back at the cottage, Besta opened a silver tin and laid its contents on the table. A dried sprig of juniper. A clipping from a northern newspaper about a missing hiker. A black and white photograph of a young woman wearing a flower crown, standing at the edge of a fjord. Sophia recognized her mother instantly, though she'd never seen this picture before. "Tomorrow is midsummer," Besta said. Her voice held the weight of seasons. "You'll go to the festival. You can wear my crown if you like." Sophia touched the photo, tracing the outline of her mother's face. "I came here to see you, not to dance around a pole with children." The old woman poured tea into 2 small cups. "The dance is for everyone. So are the flowers." "I'm not putting flowers under my pillow," Sophia said. "That's for children too." Besta's stare did not waver. "So is believing wishes don't come true?" Sophia gave a tight laugh. "I'm not looking for anyone." "You don't have to be," Besta said. "If you follow the steps, they will find you." The words left a cold ring in Sophia's ears. She spent the rest of the afternoon wandering the shoreline, picking at memories like scabs. When dusk, if one could call it that, settled over the village, she sat on the porch and watched the sun hover just above the water until her eyes blurred. The horizon never changed. Preparation for the festival happened almost overnight. When Sophia woke, the village green was draped in ribbons of blue and gold. Children in simple linen shirts ran between tables, delivering jars of cloudberry jam and bunches of fresh rhubarb. Someone had set up an old accordion, its bellows wheezing out waltzes while elderly couples clapped on the offbeat. A tall pole wrapped in birch and flowers stood in the exact center. Sophia noted how every path led to that point. She helped Besta arrange strawberries in wooden bowls and stack plates beside the kranskake. A few people nodded hello, but no one lingered near her. By late afternoon the entire village was present, the crowd swelling with cousins she barely recalled and strangers who must have driven in from Leknes or maybe farther south. Yet the square felt smaller than she remembered, as though the mountains pressed closer, forming a wall. The laughter wound down. Someone tapped a spoon against the glass, and conversation faded. Besta stepped forward, her voice carrying clear as a bell. "It is time to pick the flowers." Sophia followed a line of young women, some barely teenagers, others not much younger than herself, onto a path that wound between meadow and forest. Buttercups bobbed like little suns in the tall grass. Lupins stood purple and proud. The rules were whispered in hushed tones. "Pick 7 flowers. Each from a different place, a different species. Do not speak. Do not look back. And if you hear your name, do not answer." Sophia watched the younger girls scatter with baskets swinging. She rolled her eyes at the formality but followed the path toward a wider field. At first she chose randomly, yanking stems with more annoyance than grace. The early evening light made colors look wrong, brighter, too saturated, and every flower felt like a prop on a stage. She found herself humming a half-remembered tune from childhood, something about trolls stealing maidens' mittens. The melody faded when a sudden hush fell. The wind dropped. No birds cried. Even the sea seemed to hold its waves. The silence was so sharp it felt like someone pressing a finger to her lips. From the distant tree line she heard singing. High voices, almost pretty, but off somehow, like a lullaby sung backward. Words blended into threads that wrapped around her mind, pulling her attention east. She counted the flowers in her hand, 6. She needed one more to finish the ritual, though she still told herself there was no ritual. Only tradition. Only a story. She stepped deeper into the field, aiming for a patch of blue that glowed near the edge of the birches. Halfway there she froze. The singing changed mid-note, shifting in pitch and rhythm until it no longer sounded like human throats, making human sounds. It sounded like the forest itself humming through hollow logs. Her vision tunneled. She spun instinctively, glancing behind even though the rules had been clear. No one stood there. Yet she felt watched. A voice spoke her name. Softer than a whisper, but clear. Sophia. She laughed, a short bark, to push back fear. No answer, she reminded herself. She turned again toward the birches, but the patch of blue flowers was gone. In its place lay a single pale bloom she had never seen, 5 tremulous petals the color of moonlight. She hesitated. The widow's veil. The name leapt from a childhood storybook. Don't invite the dead. She clenched her jaw and backed away. Branches rustled to her left. A shape moved between trunks, tall, narrow, not quite a tree. She told herself it was nothing. A half-shadow. Then it called her again, in 3 voices layered like broken chords. Sophia. She ran. Thorns bit her calves. Her hands trembled so badly she nearly dropped the flowers. She retraced steps she could not see, trusting memory more than sight. The voices trailed her, fading but not fading, slipping through moss and bark until she no longer knew if they were inside or outside her skull. The village green appeared between trunks, bright with lanterns. People had gathered around the pole, but the dancing had stopped. She stumbled into the open, hair tangled, breath ragged. Besta was waiting near the tables, untouched plate in her hand. Sophia tried to speak, but the words died in her throat. Instead she thrust her half-crushed bouquet toward her grandmother like a child begging praise. Besta's eyes narrowed at the 6 wilted stems. You need 7, she said quietly. Sophia could only shake her head. She wished she could empty her skull, forget the dark line of trees, forget the way her own name had slithered through the branches. Instead she followed Besta home and collapsed on the narrow bed. Light spilled around the curtains. She smelled lavender and something musty when she woke. Her head throbbed. Dried mud flaked from her legs. Downstairs Besta sliced bread as though nothing curious had happened. You turn, the old woman said at last. Sophia rubbed her temples. I got lost. You turn, Besta insisted. They called, and you answered. I didn't answer. Sophia's voice cracked. You looked, Besta corrected. That's the same. She wanted to shout that the whole tradition was stupid, that flowers didn't control fate. Before she could speak, Besta set a plate in front of her. Under the bread lay the flower Sophia had feared. The widow's veil. Its center was no longer black. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Your mother brought one home too, Besta whispered. The name jolted Sophia upright. You never found her. The sea found her, Besta said. The one she answered led her there. Sophia's appetite vanished. She stood. I'm leaving. Today. You cannot leave, Besta murmured, turning toward the window. Her reflection in the glass looked like a younger woman wearing an old face. They will follow. Sophia grabbed her backpack, swung between narrow door frames, and ran outside. The sky looked exactly the same as the night before, sun hovering, shadows growing only by angle. She unlocked the Fiat, tossed the bag into the passenger seat, and sped up the gravel drive. Her hands shook on the wheel. The GPS blinked red. No route found. She aimed the car south, back toward the main highway. The road bent around cliffs that dropped sheer to the water. Waves below broke in slow motion. 2 kilometers out of A, she spotted someone standing dead center in the lane. She stamped the brakes, tires screaming. The figure did not move. Sophia's pulse hammered. A white dress, a crown of crushed flowers. Her mother's face, pale as sea foam, eyes hollow, mouth parted in a silent call. Sophia screamed. The Fiat skidded sideways. Gravel flew like sparks. The cliff's edge rushed to meet her. The car flipped, nose down into jagged rocks. Glass shattered. Water closed over metal. Her last thought was how cold the sea felt beneath a sun that never set. When villagers hauled the wreckage up the next day, the doctor wrote drowsy driving on the report. No night, no darkness, easy to drift. No one questioned the flowers found in her lungs, stems forest deep, petals folded like hands over her ribs. They washed the body, dressed it in a borrowed gown, and shipped it to Oslo for burial beside an empty grave. Back in A, Besta stood at the edge of the green, watching workers dismantle ribbons from the stanga. Birch leaves fluttered although the air was still. She felt the weight of a vow old as the village itself, and wondered who would heed the midsummer song next. In the forest, a new voice joined the chorus. A raw night wind rattled the pine branches while 4 cloaked riders urged their horses along the empty highway. In the middle of their little column strode a 5th figure, a boy of 16, tall but still awkward in the shoulders, his eyes fixed on the crumbling gravel beneath his boots. Komatis, the youngest knight of the group, pressed a cold hand to the boy's arm and steered him forward. Much of what you meet tonight will frighten you, Komatis whispered. Trust what you have learned. You may hurt, but you will not die if you keep your courage. Do you understand? I do, the boy answered, though the words scraped his dry throat. He felt Komatis slide a black silk band across his eyes. The torches around him collapsed into darkness. Only a faint orange haze drifted through the cloth. Komatis squeezed once, an unspoken order to walk, and the 5 shapes moved together like a single shadow heading east. Most days the knights wore bright steel and yellow surcoats sewn with a red sun, the crest of the Order of Makov. Tonight they were dressed for silence, cloaks the color of moss, hoods pulled low. The boy could not see their faces, but he had served side by side with them for months and knew their voices, their smells, even the click of their scabbards. The gravel path ran straight out of town, each footfall landing in a steady rhythm, crunch, crunch, crunch. Soon loose stones faded to packed dirt. Beyond the blindfold the forest rose alive with sound. Summer cicadas screamed from every branch. Unseen wings brushed his cheeks. Something landed on his shoulder, and he jerked. Komatis hissed, "Quiet!" and brushed the insect away. Hours later the earth grew wet, sucking at the boy's boots. They had left the King's Road and followed a narrow deer track through thorn bushes that slapped his shins and arms. The path reminded him of Knight Captain Buckskin's training switch, a dry branch that whistled through the air and bit flesh whenever recruits lost focus. Even now his back stung from last week's bruises. If his parents still lived they might have cared, but plague had taken them 2 winters earlier, leaving him with no roof except the barracks of the Order. That emptiness had pushed him toward the very ceremony unfolding tonight. Komatis halted. Every voice in the forest seemed to hold its breath. In the hush a rough cry rose ahead. "Who comes this way?" Komatis answered. "Only a dead man." "What is his name?" "Alyander, son of Dorheth." Ali felt footsteps part the weeds. A heavy palm rested on his forearm, callous like old leather. This must be the gatekeeper, the man appointed to test each new initiate. Komatis' icy grip fell away. "How did you die, Alyander, son of Dorheth?" the gatekeeper asked. "From pitched combat," Ali said, forcing strength into each word. "And who swears it?" the gatekeeper demanded. "I swear it," Komatis replied. "I saw him strike down 2 foes in the last border raid. Then a warrior's passing is yours." "I stand ready," Ali said. The gatekeeper touched his shoulder. "Know the price before you walk any farther. A warrior's death is a chain you will carry all your days." "I renounce comfort." I seek only blood and steel. Follow, spirit, the gatekeeper ordered. The man led him through a meadow thick with sweet-scented grass, then back into deeper woods. The air grew warmer until sweat soaked Ali's tunic. Suddenly they stopped again. Fingers untied the blindfold. Dim moonlight painted the gatekeeper's scarred cheeks. Beyond him, a rough wooden door leaned against a mound of earth like the entrance to an old root cellar. A single lantern burned beside it. Hosewind, the order's gray-bearded scribe, crouched there with a bowl of dark liquid that glimmered like tar. Hosewind smiled, small and sharp. Are you prepared for what waits inside, lad? Ali's tongue stuck to his teeth. He forced a nod. Then stand still. Hosewind dipped a reed brush into the bowl and painted a symbol across Ali's brow, a cool stroke that dried sticky on his skin. Good. Remember, when doubt whispers in your ear, shut it out. Believe only the oath. The old man pulled open the door. Thick heat washed over Ali's face. Hoswin's voice, weak but urgent, whispered, Enter. Ali stepped down a dirt ramp that sloped deeper than seemed possible. Torches lit red clay walls, each stone scratched with black serpents, some long, some coiled, all glaring. The passage smelled of iron ovens, the scent of bread his father once baked. Memory stung him, mother giggling as she floured the dough, father singing folk tunes while stoking the hearth, soldiers destroying that peaceful kitchen in one brutal night. Rage steadied his feet. The corridor opened into a circular chamber. A ring of cloaked men knelt, humming low. In the middle a bonfire crackled beneath a human-shaped bundle wrapped in gauze. Flames licked the cloth but it did not burn. Smoke curled up the walls, hiding the ceiling. Ali remembered his lines. He walked to the fire and spoke. Brothers, I come to face the first trial of the dead. The chanting fell silent. One knight stepped forward, offered a jagged dagger with a ruby pommel. His whisper stank of ashes. No one will plead for you here. Spill the last of your living blood. Ali held his palm above the fire, sliced it. Hot pain flashed through his hand. Drops of bright red hissed onto the logs. Another knight wrapped the wound in linen. The fire drinks life and grows strong, the knight said. The grizzled man who carried the sticks, Captain Buckskin himself, tapped wood against wood. He shouted in a voice like gravel. Alyander, son of Dorheth, what demon hunts your soul? The men who killed my parents, Ali answered. Then reach into the blaze and seize your demon. He hesitated. Gauze unwrapped from the figure on the pyre. A rotted hand burst free, skin green-gray, bone exposed beneath erupting sores. A muffled hull cracked the air. Knights began a strange chant. Ashyla, Ashyla, Ashyla. Their bodies swayed. Drumsticks clacked faster. The corpse sat upright. Half its face had melted. One eye oozed yellow fluid. Teeth, stained and shattered, snapped like a dog's. The stench of graves poured out. Ali gagged but did not retreat. The monster seized his wrist and dragged him forward. Fire engulfed them both, yet heat did not blister his skin. Its voice scraped like dry leaves. Do you join the dead, boy? I am ready for my trial, Ali said. You chase justice. A laugh crackled deep in its throat. Justice is a mirage. The chant hammered louder. Ashyla. Ashyla. Speak, the demon demanded. I will not betray my brothers. A grin split its ruined face. Yet you want names. You want blood. I can give you both. What price? He whispered. Your name for one boon, it hissed. Call me, and I answer. Rage flooded him. Will you kill them now? I will, it promised. Take my name. The creature pressed a finger to Ali's forehead. Pain drilled into his skull. He felt a thread pulled from his mind, a tether snapped. The demon howled, flames exploded, knights dropped screaming. Two collapsed lifeless, others cowered, muttering Ashyla in terror. The demon vanished in roaring fire. Darkness swallowed the chamber. Hands grabbed Ali. He tensed, then saw Buckskin's battle-scarred face. Ali, are you whole? I think so, he whispered. The captain's voice shook with something like pride. "Welcome to the Brotherhood." Outside, dawn birds rustled leaves. Somewhere far away, men who once wore the king's crest died clutching throats that bled. But Ali felt nothing save the faint echo of a hushed promise, a name he could summon with a whisper. He had completed the first trial. 3 remained. Behind him the dead fire sputtered, fed by life, destined never to die. I had spent the past 4 years living inside study halls and library cubicles, half dead from coffee but too stubborn to quit. Every spare second between lectures went to flashcards or mock tests. Every weekend that other students spent in bars or at football games found me hunched over a desk, spine curved like a question mark, highlighter squeaking across some chapter one could already quote by heart. If anyone had asked why I kept going after I crossed the point of exhaustion, I would have told them a simple truth: I had no choice. My parents, 2 celebrated surgeons who claimed the operating room as their second home, treated my acceptance to Alfred University's medical program as the next law of nature. Fall, winter, spring, Alfred. Failure was the one outcome that did not fit into the Henley family's future plans, and so I pushed myself until sleep became a rumor. Alexis, my roommate, tried to convince me that the price of admission, financial, physical, emotional, wasn't worth it. She called Alfred a giant ivory tower, stuffed with people who could recite Latin aphorisms, but not remember the smell of disinfectant after a double shift. She always finished her rant with the same line: "You can help patients anywhere, Julia. Why torture yourself for them?" I could never say what I truly thought. Part of me wanted the prestige, yes. Part of me feared disappointing my parents. But under all of that lay something raw, curiosity so fierce it burned. When I was little, Dad used to leave medical journals on the breakfast table. I would flip through photographs, tumors excised, bones pinned, hearts sewn shut, and stare. Not just because of the shock value. Because I wanted to know how the body fell apart, and how a clever pair of hands could put it back together. Alfred promised more knowledge than any other place on earth. That was all the reason I needed. The weeks before the entrance exam crawled, then sprinted. I woke each morning already tense, as if someone had wound a wire around my ribs. On the day of the test I sat in front of a gray computer monitor inside a chilly proctoring room, palms slick with sweat. 7 hours and 32 minutes later, I blinked at the final question, click submit, and felt as though the air had turned to water. I floated out of the building, past the parking lot, onto the sidewalk, and somehow back to my dorm. Alexis said something about pizza. I smiled because any other reaction required thought. A month slid by in a haze of sleep, sitcom reruns, and daily pilgrimages to the mailbox. Saturday after Saturday I lifted the metal flap and found nothing but flyers. By the 4th week I began to imagine worst-case scenarios, lost forms, clerical mistakes, a single missing score that doomed me. When the acceptance packet finally arrived, heavy, cream-colored, Alfred's gilded crest in the corner, I was too nervous to open it. My mother stood in the foyer holding the envelope, eyes round, voice hushed. I stared at it, terrified my dream would end with one sentence. But the moment I slit the flap and saw the word congratulations, my legs failed. Mom laughed, and Dad swept me into the kind of hug that squeezes breath from lungs. The next morning I mailed my reply with hands that still shook. September arrived in a flourish of red leaves and cool wind. I spent the first Sunday packing my half of the dorm into 2 duffels. Monday at dawn we left for Alfred, 300 miles east. Dad drove, Mom read road signs, and I pressed my forehead to the window, letting my breath cloud the glass. When the university's gates came into view, iron spears twisting upward like cathedral spires, I felt an electric jolt of awe. Beyond the gates stood the main building, Bradley Hall, its granite pillars throwing shadows across the marble steps. Above them an inscription carved in Latin read, Fame Scientia. The hunger for knowledge. My parents' eyes softened. I saw the private memory flicker between them, the same one they always refused to describe. Orientation was a whirl of name tags, photo IDs, locker assignments. During the afternoon luncheon, I drifted along the edge of the ballroom, collecting olives and cheese cubes while professors assessed freshmen like vendors at a livestock auction. That was where I first saw Dr. Scarlett Keseberg. Her black hair lay in perfect waves just above her shoulders. Her skirt fit like a signature. Her heels made a crisp metronome on the polished floor. She looked at me as if she already knew everything about me, down to the grades on my third-grade report card. "Julia Daniels," she said, and I almost asked how she recognized me. "I knew your parents back when all of us were students. They spoke highly of you." When she took my hand, her nails flashed crimson, long and sharp at the tips. "Allow me to extend a special invitation. Later in the semester there will be a small gathering for certain promising students. I hope you'll attend." Her smile warmed and chilled me at once. I mumbled yes, of course, honored. She squeezed my fingers and drifted away, stepping through clusters of chatter like a dancer. Classes began. Anatomy at 8, organic chemistry at 10, clinical reasoning after lunch. Each lecture felt like someone opened a fire hose of data and dared us to drink. I thrived on it. Late nights my dorm light glowed while Alexis slept under a mountain of blankets. I filled notebooks with diagrams until my wrists ached, but fatigue could not smother the buzz of discovery. Still, I could not forget Dr. Keseberg's words. "Have an open mind," she had said. "Not all cures are by the book." The first clue that something about Alfred was different came in the smell. That metallic tang hung in certain hallways, echoing hospitals, yet thicker, sweeter. I asked a second year if a hematology lab stood nearby. He shrugged, said maybe construction dust. But the odor persisted, metallic as a bitten tongue. Mid-October, an email from Dr. Keseberg landed in my inbox. Subject: invitation to fellowship evening. The body held only a date, a time, 3 words, dress, all white, and a location, Bradley Hall, lower level. I stared at the screen, remembering how my parents once pinned that strange emblem to tux and gown before disappearing for a special event. Something ticked in my chest. Curiosity? Instinct? Both. Friday, November 11th, 8 p.m. sharp. I wore white slacks, a white silk blouse, and a cardigan the shade of new paper. The night air bit as I crossed the deserted quad. Bradley Hall loomed ahead, windows dark except one faint glow on the first floor. Dr. Keseberg opened the door before I knocked. "Exactly on time," she said, and directed an attendant to take my coat. He brought a glass of red wine so dark it looked black. "For nerves," she explained. I followed her down a paneled corridor whose sconces were the only lighting. Halfway along, the metallic scent flooded my nose. At the end she opened oak doors onto a spiral staircase lit by meager candles. The steps were slick, the stone cold through my thin shoes. Uncertain echoes drifted up, murmurs, the clink of glass, something that might have been a low chant. The further we descended, the stronger the metallic smell grew, iron plus something older, like earth turned for graves. We reached a set of double doors. Within lay a circular room draped in burgundy velvet. 5 tiers of leather armchairs angled toward a central platform. Roughly 60 people filled the seats. My pathophysiology professor, the dean of students, several surgeons from the teaching hospital, and 20-odd first years I recognized. All dressed head to toe in white. Candles glowed in iron sconces. Between them, silver basins gleamed. The air trembled with expectation. Dr. Keseberg guided me to a chair in the front row. "This evening," she murmured, "we celebrate our oldest tradition, the sharing of essence. Those who partake deep in their understanding of anatomy more than any textbook could teach." Her eyes glittered like candlelight on glass. "You do want to help patients, don't you?" I answered yes, because what else does one say under a gaze like that? A bell rang. Velvet curtains drew back to reveal an operating table. A living man lay strapped to the steel, chest heaving, eyes wild. Gags muffled his cries, and force snaked into his arm. Surgical lights bathed the scene in harsh brilliance. My stomach folded. Dr. Keseberg changed into a white apron, tied precisely at her waist. She took a scalpel from a tray and addressed the assembly. "Knowledge resides not only in books," she intoned, voice echoing. "Knowledge resides in blood, in marrow, in the electric secrets of nerves. Tonight we honor the gift of this patient, his experiences, his memories, his biology. By consuming him we consume that wisdom." Consume? I must have misheard. But then she slid the scalpel from collarbone to pelvis. Skin peeled back. Blood sheets cascaded into a trough. The man convulsed, eyes bulging. A terrible silence filled every breath between his muffled screams. Faculty and students descended the tiers, hands joined, murmuring something that sounded like Latin yet older. The metallic smell struck me like a fist, raw iron, copper coins on the tongue. The first professor knelt, cupped blood in both palms, and drank. Another followed, then a third. Teeth tore muscle. A surgeon carved a sliver of liver with practiced precision, lifted it to his mouth like pate. The patient's heart still pumped. Each swallow seemed to steal its rhythm. My vision spun. I tried to stand, but legs wobbled. Wine, I realized. Drugged. Numbness seeped into my arms, my lips. Panic beat against my ribs. No one seemed to notice. They were transfixed by the feast. A whisper warmed my ear. Dr. Keysberg, somehow behind me. "Julia, your parents embraced this path. They wanted you to carry it on. We are the children of Saturn, and Saturn devours that which he creates. To heal truly, one must absorb life at its strongest." I shook my head. Words came out slurred. "This isn't medicine. It is older than medicine," she replied. "It is communion." Someone wheeled another trolley forward. A second patient, sedated but conscious, eyes rolling in terror. A hush fell. Fresh blood scent overwhelmed stale air. Dr. Keysberg addressed the balcony. "Our newest candidate will receive her initiation. Julia, come." Hands gripped my shoulders, guided me down the steps. I fought, but drugged limbs flailed weakly. They positioned me beside the table, placed a scalpel in my palm. My reflection winked in its blade, pale, afraid, streaks of sweat at my temple. "Begin," said Dr. Keysberg. I forced a single word. "No." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Keysberg's smile thinned. She nodded to two attendants who seized my wrists, pried my fingers. The scalpel clattered. "Refusal," she announced, "entails alternate service." Doors at the rear opened. Orderlies rolled out stainless cages. Inside crouched half a dozen unconscious patients, IVs dangling, skin yellow under fluorescent spill. Living organ banks. I gagged. The room spun again. Keysberg gestured. "Choose," she ordered. "Partake freely or prepare the reserves." Her meaning struck like cold water. Assist in grisly harvests or become harvest yourself. The audience waited, blood smeared across white cotton like grotesque calligraphy. Survival instinct roared. I nodded slowly. "Wise," she said. "Prove devotion." They shoved a kidney basin toward me, half filled with dark fluid. My stomach lurched. I lifted the basin, lips trembling. The liquid smelled of salt and pennies. When I hesitated, Keysberg raised an eyebrow. I tipped the basin. The iron warmth coated my tongue. Bile crawled, but I swallowed. Noise faded. The lights dimmed to pinholes. My stomach twisted, then settled strangely calm. A hush rose around me, approval tinged with hunger. Keysberg's hand cupped my cheek. "Welcome, child." Memory fractured. I recall a chant circling like raven wings. I recall collapsing into arms that led me down a hallway, into darkness, into oblivion. I woke on my dorm bed at dawn, clothes spotless. No note, no trace. A dream? No, bitterness still coated my throat. The metallic odor clung to hair, nails, pores. In the mirror my eyes looked older. Part of me had crossed a threshold I could never uncross. Yet beneath horror flickered fascination. What biochemical change surged through my bloodstream now? What knowledge lurked inside that single swallow? I dry-heaved. Then I opened my notebook, wrote down every detail before memory faded, and tried to calculate how to survive another day at Alfred University, how to learn everything I could without becoming someone else's lecture. Outside, the bell tower tolled 7. First class in 30 minutes. I rinsed my mouth, straightened my white coat, and walked out into autumn sunlight, the taste of iron still haunting every breath. Micah spent the first morning of summer sitting on the highest balcony of the rebuilt castle, gazing across the fog-soft hills that surrounded Saint-Montis. The previous winter had been cruel. Weeks of ice storms, a fire that had burned half the Great Hall, and an outbreak of fever that took 24 citizens in a single fortnight. Yet the castle now stood taller than before, its new stone towers gleaming where stonemasons had replaced scorched blocks, its windows fitted with glass so clear they reflected the rising sun like lanterns in the sky. Across the courtyard, work crews were still tightening final bolts on the new sound system, a network of brass horns and copper wire that would carry the ruler's voice to every room, corridor, and staircase. Phoenix, barefoot and humming, found Micah leaning over the balustrade. "It's time," he said, touching her shoulder. Micah nodded, her throat dry. In one hand she held a small black microphone, heavier than it looked, wrapped in a coil of silver wire. In the other she carried its twin. The ache in her ribs reminded her why she had brought Phoenix along. Her lungs had felt weaker every week, and lately she could climb no staircase without coughing. The physician spoke gentle words, diet, rest, herbal remedies, but the truth sat plainly between them. Micah, Lady of Saint-Montis, was dying. No one had asked her to make an announcement. Still, she believed the people needed to hear her voice, needed to know that summer had not washed away spring's pain. So she crossed the terrace, lifted the microphone to her lips, and signaled for the engineers below to switch on the amplifiers. A faint hum trembled through the flagstones as hundreds of hidden wires awoke. She spoke only 2 sentences. The first explained that she would sing in place of a long speech. The second invited Phoenix to sing beside her, because, as she said with a slight quaver, no one should face the season of endings alone. Phoenix lowered his head in quiet assent. He accepted the second microphone, and together they sang Heaven, the old Talking Heads song they had discovered as teenagers rummaging through piles of forbidden records. The melody drifted off the battlements, down into the city's narrow streets, across gardens where children watered late sprouts, into cellars where bakers kneaded dough. Voices stilled, hammers paused mid-swing, soldiers bowed their heads. Micah's voice cracked on the second chorus, more from awe than weakness. The sound system carried every exhale farther than she had imagined, as though the sky itself had parted to let her words fly. When the last piano chord faded, she glanced at Phoenix. Perhaps they both felt the same lingering hush, because he restarted the intro without a spoken cue, and they sang the song again. If Micah was trembling, no one could know whether it was from sickness or from joy. That night she dreamed she was standing on an endless plain of white stone. She saw the outlines of her parents, her brothers, friends lost to plague, citizens fallen in the fire, all smiling and waving. She lifted her hand, then saw a shimmering gate between them and her. As she stepped forward, the gate slid sideways through mist. Every time she moved, the gate moved also, always just beyond reach. Yet she remained certain that one day she would pass through it, that heaven waited, gentle and bright, and that the Lord she had prayed to since girlhood would welcome Saint-Montis's weary souls. Morning found her curled beneath linen sheets, half-dazed and warm. Phoenix lay beside her, heartbeat quick beneath his ribs. He kissed her brow and murmured, "If a child came now, the people would find hope." She did not reply in words, but touched his cheek, and in that silent promise they tried to conceive an heir. Outside, dawn bells rang. Inside, Micah shut her eyes and prayed that, if her own strength ebbed, a newborn life might rise to protect the realm. Weeks blurred. Scribes copied new laws into ledgers. Merchants reopened market stalls. But behind every conversation stood the knowledge that the ruler was fading. Courtiers argued about succession. Elders whispered who among the nobles held enough loyalty to keep the fragile peace. The traditions of Saint-Montis were strange even to its oldest residents. contests decided by speed, celebratory feasts punctuated by grim sacrifice, a code-red ceremony older than the first stones buried beneath the keep. Outsiders might call the customs barbaric. The citizens called them sacred, because they bound 1,000 individual hopes into one pulse. Micah felt that pulse like a drum under her feet. The physicians confirmed her pregnancy in early autumn. The news ran through the city like lightning. Strangers wept in bakeries. Children skipped in circles. Smiths stoked fires for 3 days straight so bells could be recast in the heir's honor. But Phoenix, despite his smile, woke each night trembling. He had been trained as an architect, drafted to oversee the castle's renovations, yet no blueprint could steady the knot in his gut. He knew the next code red lay weeks away. No soul, adult or child, soldier or sovereign, was exempt. And he knew Micah could barely race down a corridor without doubling over. The code red began with a single sentence, always the same, always spoken by the ruler. Tradition did not permit postponement, not even for bloodlines. At dusk Micah steadied her breath, pressed a hand to her rounding belly, and spoke into the microphone. "All citizens, report to the top floor for further instruction. You have 5 minutes." Her voice sounded steady, almost detached, yet Phoenix saw how tight her knuckles were around the microphone's grip. Torches flared across balconies. Footsteps pounded. From every stairwell emerged the populace, children not yet 10, elders who leaned on canes, blacksmiths in soot-gray aprons, maidservants in linen caps, soldiers in polished boots. The elevator shaft had burned in the spring fire and not yet been replaced, so they climbed, hundreds of feet, spiraling through stone corridors. A few lagged behind, lungs weak from smoke scars or winter fever, but fear of losing the roast feast, fear of losing their necks, kept them moving. Phoenix guided Micah toward the northern tower, where a forgotten servant's staircase curved up narrow walls. He had designed the passage during reconstruction, arguing it would serve as emergency access. In truth, he had been thinking of Micah's failing strength, of how she might one day need a hidden shortcut. Halfway up the steps she stumbled. He caught her elbow, urged. "Not far now." The portraits he had hung along the secret hall showed faces from their lives together. Micah feeding doves outside the gatehouse, Micah blessing newborns, Micah dancing barefoot on cracked flagstones the night peace returned. Candlelight flickered over the images, and their beauty hurt more than any bruise. On the public staircase, Olga Price, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, hair braided tight, moved like a wave parting lesser waves. She had been named most fearsome athlete 6 years running and saw no reason for humility now. She bolted ahead, shouting over one thick shoulder. "It starts when I say it starts!" No one dared contradict her. They followed, hoping to arrive fast enough to miss the noose. Ezra the potter, lean as a reed, paced his breath, saving energy. He had always believed the code read a necessary ritual. Violent, yes, but violence that kept disease at bay, as old scrolls claimed. Still, as he climbed he passed a pair of barefoot children, eyes wide, and for the first time the rules tasted sour on his tongue. When the mob reached the gallows platform, an open rooftop ringed by stone crenellations, they saw no ruler. No air. Wind whipped the torch flames sideways. Olga stopped short, panting. Ezra nearly collided with her. A dozen voices rose. "Where's Micah? Where's Phoenix? We can't begin until they arrive." Olga wiped sweat from her brow. She gave the order. "Race is fair game. First here wins roast. Last hangs. Those are the laws." She slapped her palm against the gallows post. "I am first." No one wanted to protest aloud. Yet murmurs rippled, unfair, the ruler missing, something wrong. In that moment Micah and Phoenix emerged from a doorway at the far end of the platform. Micah wrapped in Phoenix's white jacket, hair damp, cheeks pale. Relief swept the crowd, then hardened into suspicion. Someone pointed. "They're last!" Another cried. "That means—" Phoenix tightened his grip on Micah's waist. "She is carrying the kingdom's hope," he said, voice cracking. "Let the sentence fall on me." Micah shook her head, but he stepped forward. The crowd parted. Sweat stung his eyes. He remembered studying the old edicts carved into limestone tablets. The ones that said a sacrifice could be offered by proxy so long as the bloodline continued. He removed the jacket, then the shirt, bearing the scars from the reconstruction scaffolding. He placed his head in the noose. Micah reached for him, but Ezra held her trembling hands. "If you struggle, they'll brand you defier, string you beside him," he whispered. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Phoenix met her gaze one last time, lips forming a silent name. Then he pulled the lever. His body dropped, the rope snapped tight. Gasps hissed like night insects. Micah's knees buckled, yet something inside her stirred, a flicker of will, a pulse separate from sorrow. She straightened, wiped her eyes with Phoenix's jacket sleeve. "He died so the child may live," she said, voice echoing. Olga folded her arms. "Doesn't matter. Contest isn't complete. Two last arrivals means two losers. A rule is a rule," muttered another. Ezra let go of Micah's hand. He had no children of his own, but pottery taught him the worth of fragile things. He stepped before her, shoulders squared. "Her burden is already carried." Olga barked a laugh. "Then the burden doubles." She jerked her chin at the hangman. Reluctant, the hangman glanced at the crowd, at Micah's rounded belly, at Phoenix swaying on the rope. Wind drove clouds across the moon. A hush sank thick as grief. Micah inhaled, lifted her chin, and began to sing. The same song she had sung on the balcony, but softer now, gentler, each word a thread weaving between hearts. "Everyone is trying to get to the bar." Her voice cracked, but she kept going. By the second line, some in the crowd found themselves singing too, voices unsteady. "Heaven is a place where nothing ever happens." Ezra joined. A soldier joined. The hangman lowered his head, mumbling the refrain. Even Olga faltered. Micah's voice rose on the final phrase. "This must be the place," then hushed to silence. Nobody moved. The rope creaked in the wind. Micah's knees gave way. Ezra caught her. Around them, the beautiful citizens stared at their hands, at the stone floor, at Phoenix's pale face. No one reached for the second noose. Micah closed her eyes. The child stirred. In that faint flutter she felt Phoenix's parting gift, felt summer's promise, felt, contrary to every stern sermon she had ever heard, something like mercy. Far above, the new sound system crackled. The engineer on duty must have leaned too close, because microphones piped a whisper across the rooftops. "This isn't the ending." No one knew who spoke. The words drifted, lingered, faded. When dawn came, the castle bells tolled only once. The chef roasted every pheasant so the aroma filled courtyard and cloister alike. Each citizen received a slice. No speeches were given. No gallows rope was cut. Yet no second body hung beside Phoenix's. In the weeks that followed, Ezra visited Micah daily. He fetched water, carried ledgers, kept ledgers, and when her labor came early, he stood by while the midwives worked through a storm-tossed night. The child, a girl with hair dark as Phoenix's and eyes bright as Micah's song, wailed into candlelight. The midwife laid her on Micah's chest. Outside the window, the rebuilt castle gleamed beneath fresh lightning. Rain washed ash from stone, and in the distance thunder rolled like a giant's drum. Samontis, battered but breathing, would face another season. 39 citizens remained. 39 souls who had witnessed love strong enough to bend an unbreakable rule. They carried that memory the way farmers carry water to parched fields, careful, reverent, believing something fragile might yet grow. And when the girl was old enough to ask why her father's portrait hung beneath a velvet banner marked only by a crimson sun, Micah told her the story without bitterness. She told her how a song can outlive a rope, how sacrifice can wear a carpenter's smile, and how sometimes heaven does not open in the clouds but in a child's first breath. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. As soon as Mona opened the door to Scotty's place, she felt a deep pang of regret that nearly made her turn back around. The living room was already thick with the sticky heat of bodies pressed together, more than a dozen people, some perched on the worn-out couch, others crowding in clumps by the corners, voices and laughter bouncing against the walls and blending with the haze of tame Impala and the sharp, chemical scent of cheap beer and someone's fruity vape. She paused just inside, the door clicking shut behind her, and let her eyes adjust to the low, pulsing light. There were so many faces she didn't recognize that it made her stomach flutter with nerves. A girl she barely remembered from her psychology class gave her a quick wave, more out of habit than friendliness. But the girl's gaze slid off to something or someone more interesting before Mona could even wave back. Mona told herself that was okay, that everything was fine, but her throat tightened. She gripped the strap of her bag and tried to will herself to relax, to blend in, to prove to herself and everyone else that she could do this, be normal, have fun, socialize like she'd always been told she needed to. In the crowded room, she caught Scotty's eye. He was laughing at something one of his friends said, but as soon as he spotted her, his smile widened and he waded through the bodies toward her, weaving through people with that loose, easy grace that always seemed just a little too confident for someone their age. "Mona! I'm so stoked you made it!" he exclaimed, pulling her into a quick hug. He smelled like a blend of beer, weed, and sweat, a scent that was both oddly comforting and slightly off-putting. Mona forced a grin, trying not to show how suddenly anxious she felt, how she was considering fleeing back out the door before anyone else could really notice she was there. Yeah, man. Thanks for the invite," she managed, her voice nearly lost under the thumping music. He pulled away, giving her a quick squeeze on the shoulder, and she had the fleeting sense that maybe, just maybe, he really was glad she'd come. But even as she tried to settle into that comfort, she remembered why she was here, to prove she could connect, that she could have a normal night, that she could make a friend or two or at least not go home feeling worse than when she arrived. Scotty didn't know her that well. They shared a lecture, and sometimes he'd saved her a seat or shared a joke after class. Once, he'd walked her home in the rain, holding his jacket over her head even though he got drenched. It was the kind of thing that had left Mona wondering for days what it meant, if it meant anything, and she'd replayed the scene again and again, turning it over in her mind. But now, standing here, she realized that she still wasn't sure if he considered her a friend, or just an acquaintance, or just someone he felt sorry for. Maybe that was part of why she'd come, to find out, to see if there was any real connection or just that hazy, college sense of friendship that never really meant anything at all. "Of course!" Scotty shouted, barely audible over the music. "Let me get you a drink." He disappeared for a moment, re-emerging from the knot of people around the kitchen with a bottle in his hand. "It's an IPA, pretty good stuff," he said, pressing the cold glass into her palm. Mona tried to look grateful, but she never really cared for beer, especially the bitter, hoppy kind her classmates always seemed to love. Still, she nodded, thanked him, and took a small, cautious sip. Before she could say anything else, two of Scotty's friends called out to him from across the room, demanding his attention with the rowdy impatience of people already a few drinks in. Scotty glanced apologetically at Mona, his smile tilting, and said, "Well, anyway, we'll talk later, okay?" Mona nodded, trying to keep the disappointment from showing, as he turned and melted back into the crowd. She was left standing alone, holding the beer she didn't really want, the music pounding against her chest. She hovered for a moment near the wall, trying to look casual, but every movement felt awkward, as if everyone was watching her, judging the way she sipped her drink or bobbed her head along with the beat. After a song or two, she even tried dancing, if you could call it that. Mostly she just swayed from foot to foot, feeling more self-conscious with every passing second. Her mind was racing with the same old doubts. Did she look stupid? Was she drawing attention by trying too hard, or by not trying at all? Mona scanned the crowd, searching for any familiar faces she could approach, someone from class or the dining hall or anywhere, but everyone seemed locked in their own conversations, their own worlds. She took another sip of beer, grimacing at the taste, and set the bottle down on a side table, making a silent promise not to return for it. The heat inside was overwhelming, making her skin prickle and her shirt stick to her back. Mona found herself longing for air, any air, even the damp, chilly kind that waited outside. She excused herself from the cluster of people she tried and failed to edge into, making her way through the crowd with her eyes on the floor. She finally reached the back door, tugged it open, and stepped into the cool, quiet night. The cold shocked her for a moment. She'd left her jacket somewhere inside, lost in the mess of bags and coats on a sagging chair. But she took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the freshness she'd missed inside. The backyard was nearly empty, except for a figure sitting at the edge of the pool. Mona noticed her immediately, a girl in a pink bikini, legs dangling in the water. Brown roots stood out against the blue of her hair, and she looked hunched, uncomfortable, as though the chill didn't even touch her. Mona wondered what she was doing out here, so exposed in the cold, while everyone else crowded inside. Maybe she was like Mona, needing a break from the press of bodies and noise, searching for a scrap of solitude. But then, as the girl turned toward her, Mona's heart nearly stopped. The right side of her head was crushed inward, a bloody mess that should have been impossible. Yet she wore the look of confusion and sadness that was so heartbreakingly human. Mona's stomach twisted. She knew at once what she was seeing. A ghost, not just a memory or a trick of the light, but an actual spirit, lingering where she had died. Mona felt a familiar mix of dread and resignation. Why now? Why tonight, when she just wanted to be normal for once? Other girls got to go to parties, flirt, laugh, dance, and have silly, awkward conversations about classes and crushes. But Mona? Mona saw the dead. Her grandmother used to call it a gift, but Mona had never thought of it that way. Most days it was a curse, a heavy, lonely burden that kept her apart from other people, a secret that she could never explain without being labeled crazy or worse. She could leave now, slip back inside and pretend she hadn't seen anything, but the thought made her feel sick. The girl by the pool was lost, alone, maybe for years. Mona couldn't just walk away. She approached quietly, sitting beside the girl on the concrete. The pool's surface was still, reflecting the faint porch light. The only source of movement was the gentle ripple from the girl's legs. Mona drew her knees to her chest and hugged them for warmth. "Hey," she said softly. The girl's head jerked up, eyes wide in surprise. You can see me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Mona nodded. "Yeah. I'm Desdemona, but you can call me Mona. What's your name?" The girl's face fell as she tried to remember. There was a long, painful silence. I don't know. I can't remember. How is that possible? What's going on?" she whispered, voice small and frightened. "I know you're confused right now, and I'm sorry," Mona replied gently, careful not to sound patronizing. "That can be scary, I know." "Don't patronize me," the girl snapped, anger flickering across her face before it dissolved into sorrow. She looked back down at the water, shoulders shaking. Mona's heart ached. She wanted so badly to offer comfort, to reach out and touch her, but her hands would pass right through. "I'm sorry," Mona said, her voice even softer now. "I didn't mean to talk down to you. This is just a weird conversation to have." The girl looked up again, her face desperate, her eyes searching Mona's for some kind of answer. "What conversation? What are you trying to tell me? Who even are you?" she demanded. Mona paused, taking a deep breath. "No one talks to me," the girl continued, her words tumbling out now, frantic. "No one has for, like, a really long time. They can't hear me for some reason. Or see me. I thought maybe I turned invisible or something. How can you see me?" Mona's mind flickered back to all the times this had happened before, how hard it was every time. She never got used to it. Some spirits accepted their deaths, but the ones who didn't, the ones who were confused, angry, lost, were the hardest. Sometimes they became vengeful or mean, lashing out. Mona still remembered the old man from the subway, how he'd screamed and screamed, trapped in agony and rage, unable to hear her or see anything but his pain. This girl wasn't like that, not yet. But Mona knew that could change. She forced herself to speak. I'm sorry to have to be the person to tell you this. I know it's hard to hear. But you're dead. The girl recoiled as if struck. What are you talking about? She cried, shaking her head. Mona looked at the pool, at the blood that still wept down the girl's face and neck, more a memory than a reality. You had an accident in this pool, Mona said quietly. I don't know how long ago. Scotty hasn't rented this place long, and I don't know who lived here before. But it looks like you hit your head. The girl raised a trembling hand to her head, her fingers passing through the wound again and again. No, you're crazy. I'm not dead. That's ridiculous. I'm fine. She tried again, more desperately, to touch the wound, but her hand kept slipping through, and slowly the truth began to dawn in her eyes. I was at a party. I just bumped my head. I'm sorry, Mona said, swallowing hard. I can't imagine how hard this is to process. I know you've been alone for a long time, and you've been scared and confused. The girl opened her mouth to protest, but Mona pressed on, her voice trembling now. But I saw you. That's something I do. I see ghosts. And I thought about how long it must have been since you last talked to someone. And I knew I had to say something. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the porch light and the distant thump of music from inside. Finally, the girl whispered, Is that why I can't see it? Mona frowned. See what? My reflection. In the pool. I can see yours. But not mine. A tear slipped down the girl's cheek, glimmering as it slid off her translucent skin. Mona's own eyes stung. Yes, she said, voice barely above a whisper. That's why you can't see it. The girl buried her face in her knees, her shoulders shaking. I don't even think I'm a person anymore. She sobbed. Just the scraps of one. What kind of existence is this? Do I have to stay here? Mona felt utterly helpless, but she pushed through her own grief. No, I don't think you do, she said softly. In my experience, things are different when someone knows they're dead. The girl's voice was raw. Different how? Like I'll just disappear? Poof, like I was never here. Mona shook her head. I don't know where you'll go. I wish I had something better to tell you. But I think you'll go somewhere beautiful. Where you and the people you love can be together. Where you can remember every piece of yourself. The girl looked up at her, eyes wide and hopeful, even through the tears. Do you really think so? Mona nodded, forcing certainty into her words. Of course I do. She wished she could reach out and take the girl's hand, but all she could offer was her words. Thank you, Mona, for telling me, the girl said, her voice steadier now. I think I need to be alone. Mona nodded, rising to her feet. She felt torn. Part of her wanted to stay, to keep the girl company after so much loneliness. But something told her that her work here was done. She paused at the door, hand gripping the cold metal handle, and glanced back at the pool. The girl was gone, the water perfectly still. Mona wiped her eyes, took a shaky breath, and stepped back inside. The air was warmer, thicker, and the sound of laughter and music wrapped around her like a blanket. She found Scotty in the kitchen, who greeted her with a surprised smile. Mona! I was wondering where you'd... He stopped short, concern flickering across his face as he took in her expression. Whoa! Are you okay? Mona smiled, the grief still lingering but lighter now, as if she'd set down something heavy she'd been carrying for years. Yeah. I'm alright now, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Hey, do you want to dance with me? Scotty grinned, his hand reaching out for hers, warm and real. I'd love to. He led her back into the living room, his fingers intertwined with hers, and as they moved together in the swirl of music and laughter, Mona felt, for the first time in a long while, completely and acutely alive. As the night stretched on, Mona found herself smiling more, talking to strangers, even laughing at jokes that weren't very funny. Every so often, Her thoughts would drift to the girl by the pool, to the sorrow and confusion in her eyes. But she held on to the hope that, wherever the girl had gone, she was at peace. The burden Mona carried felt lighter, as if sharing in someone else's grief had made her own less sharp. As dawn crept up and the party began to fade, Mona stayed until the end, helping Scotty gather empty bottles and throw away plastic cups, their hands brushing occasionally, each time sending a small shock of electricity through her. They talked about music, classes, and the city, and as they stood together on the porch watching the sky lighten, Mona realized that tonight, she'd proven something to herself. She could face the darkness, and she could step back into the light. When she finally left Scotty's place, the world felt different, brighter, quieter, but filled with the soft hum of possibility. She knew her gift would never go away, that there would be other ghosts, other nights like this. But for now, Mona allowed herself to feel every bit of her own aliveness, the ache in her feet, the chill in her skin, the warmth in her chest. She walked home with the sunrise behind her, the memory of a lost girl at the pool, and the certainty that she had done something good, something important. And maybe, just maybe, that was what it meant to be alive. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The bear with red cherries for eyes grinned at Damon in a way that twisted his insides with horror, as if the creature knew every dark thought and memory he had ever tried to bury. Its smile stretched wider than any real bear's could, teeth gleaming wet and yellow, while its paws, surprisingly delicate, maneuvered an old, battered emery board. The bear filed its claws slowly, sending tiny shavings of dark, foul-smelling keratin to the floor, and each movement made Damon's skin crawl. He couldn't look away. It was like a nightmare playing out in the shadows of his own room, though the daylight outside said it was morning. Everything in the room seemed too sharp, too bright, except for the bear, who seemed more real than anything else. The bear watched Damon, its mouth moving with every word, breath reeking of fish as it whispered, "All the creatures of far and beyond will play a part in your demise." Damon's hands trembled. He reached for the fork that should have been on his nightstand, a comforting shape he always looked for in times of panic, but he remembered, there were no forks in the house. Not anymore. Not since the day with his mother and the postman, the day that changed everything. The cherries in the bear's eye sockets glittered wetly, so red and slick that they seemed almost to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, and when the bear blinked, the fruit glistened as if alive. Damon's breath quickened. He needed something to defend himself, anything, but when he grasped at the clutter on his nightstand, his hand brushed against a bottle of indigestion tablets instead. He caught it clumsily, but the loose cap tumbled off, and the bottle fell to the floor, sending chalky, minty tablets scattering over the ragged old rug his mother kept beside his bed. The scent mixed with the thick, fishy air until Damon wanted to gag. The bear's laugh was a strange, deep noise, almost like a cough mixed with a chuckle. It held out the emery board, tiny specks of bear claw dust falling from it, and Damon recoiled, pressing himself back against the headboard as if he could disappear into the wall. "Try this," the bear said, its voice all too familiar. "It'll scratch away anything. Even that itch you've had for, oh, how many years?" The bear's cherry eyes gleamed as it tilted its head, as if waiting for Damon to remember something. "But of course, the back scratcher had to go, didn't it? Such an elegantly carved bone creation. But your mother, and your subsequent fork issues." Damon felt sweat bead on his forehead and trickle down his nose. He wiped it away, but when he looked at his hand, the sweat was tinted red, sticky and shining in the dim light. Was it blood? Was it cherry juice? The smell was sickly sweet and wrong, and he fought the urge to retch again. The bear kept talking, almost gently, as if Damon were a child being coaxed into understanding something painful. "But spoons. We have plenty of spoons, don't we? Not so good for stabbing, but perfect for—" The bear flicked the emery board suddenly, and Damon flinched as it hit his face, sending a fine spray of claw dust over his cheek and mouth. Then, with a movement that was too fast, too deliberate for such a lumbering creature, the bear reached for a teaspoon with a jade-green handle. Damon recognized it, his mother's favorite. The bear lifted it, almost daintily, and pressed it against its own cherry eyes. Scoop, scoop. The bear plucked out its own eyes with the spoon and popped them into its mouth. The cherries burst, dark juice spilling down the bear's muzzle, staining the fur, and the bear chewed slowly, the juice dripping onto the emery board still clutched in one paw. Damon screamed, a raw, broken sound that seemed to shake the room. His arms flailed wildly, and he knocked over the bedside lamp. His hand slammed against the wall, pain jolting through his wrist, and the framed poster of Edward Landseer's painting, Titania and Bottom, fell from above the bed and crashed to the floor, the glass shattering with a heavy thud. Yellow light poured into the room as the door flew open. His mother, Andrea, stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock. "Damon! What on earth? Are you all right, son?" She hesitated for only a second before rushing to his side. Damon had fallen from the bed and was sprawled face down on the rag rug, sticky white medicine clinging to his skin and the floor. Andrea looked at the mess, her son, the scattered tablets, the overturned lamp, and the upended picture, then let out a sigh as she noticed the empty bottle near the skirting board beneath the window. "It ate its own eyes," Damon muttered, his voice thick with the fibers of the rug pressed against his mouth. "What did?" his mother asked gently, crouching down beside him. "The bear," Damon whispered. Andrea sighed again, a heavy sound filled with old sadness. "Oh, Damon, the shortest night of the year, and you still manage to have nightmares." She lay her head next to his, her cheek against the rug. "Come on now, it was all just a dream," she said softly. It had been 28 years since the incident, and still the terrors came every night. Doctors, psychiatrists, no one could help, even if they'd known the full story, which they never did. They'd said time would help Damon grow out of it. But as the years passed, Andrea had accepted that it would never stop. He would stay at home forever. No woman would want a man who thrashed and screamed in his sleep, who shouted and moaned, who couldn't stand the sight of a fork. Damon shut his eyes tight, trying to banish the images. The scent of his mother's heavy perfume mingled with the minty, medicinal smell of the scattered tablets, making his stomach churn. All he could see behind his eyelids was the bear, eyeless now, its grin wide and terrible, cherries replaced by dark, weeping holes. He tried to ground himself. "Just a dream," he muttered. "Go on, mother. I'll sort out the mess." Andrea pulled herself upright using the window ledge, her movements slow and stiff. She wasn't young anymore. She felt the years pressing against her bones more every day. Downstairs, Andrea filled the kettle for tea and stood at the kitchen window, watching the sun rise over the tangled thicket at the end of the garden. The pale glow of morning pushed through the faded net curtains, painting long rectangles of gold on the floor. Today was the longest day of the year, a powerful moment on the calendar, and she wondered how she might reclaim something for herself, just this once. How she might take back a piece of the life she'd lost. Upstairs, Damon picked himself up and set the lamp back on the nightstand. He flipped the rug over to hide the white stains and left the broken picture lying behind the headboard. He'd always hated that picture, the donkey-faced Bottom surrounded by fairies, his blank eyes staring into some distant fantasy, the whole scene an uneasy mix of beauty and strangeness. His mother had found it at a car boot sale when he was 15, and she'd insisted it belonged in his room, though he never understood why. His father had made a comment once, but Andrea had silenced him with a glare. It was soon after that, after the incident with the postman, that his father left for work on the oil rigs in the North Sea, barely seen since. In the kitchen, Andrea poured boiling water into a teapot filled with herbs, basil, rosemary, sage, and stirred with a knotted stick of hawthorn cut from the tree at the bottom of the garden. The steam rose, carrying the scent of green things and old secrets. She inhaled deeply, letting the memories open up inside her. Light stretched farther and farther into the house as the sun climbed. Somewhere beyond the garden, on the hill, a man ran in circles, shouting at nothing and seeing things no one else could see. Andrea's thoughts drifted back over the last 20 years. She had loved her son, always. There was no question. But Cecil, the postman who delivered more than just letters, had awakened something in her, a passion and purpose she'd never felt with Damon's father. She felt guilty thinking it, but a mother's love and a lover's passion were different things. Love could only go so far, and sometimes it brought more pain than joy. Sometimes, Andrea thought, love was just another way to be trapped. She stared into the teapot, feeling the herbs unlock doors in her mind she had tried to keep shut for decades. Damon sat on the edge of his bed, head in hands. The bear's words echoed through him. Its twisted logic made a strange kind of sense. Maybe he needed to change, to finally let go of the things that haunted him. He looked at the bare space on the wall where the Landseer had hung and shivered. The room felt colder, emptier without it, but he was relieved not to see the idiot grin of Bottom staring at him. The nightmares had started when he was a boy, visions and memories, fear and confusion. His mother never spoke about what happened, and he never blamed her, but the shadow of that day had never left him. He moved down the stairs, each step a slow, deliberate act. His fingers traced the faded wallpaper, following the bumps and rips, each a reminder of childhood, of arguments and laughter, and things better left unsaid. Memories flickered before his eyes, his mother on the dining table, her body trembling, her face flushed. Cecil, the postman, lost in pleasure. Damon, only a child, standing in the doorway, frozen. Then his mother saw him. Her cries changed, twisting into something sharp and cruel. She shouted at Cecil, then at Damon, her voice wild. Damon watched as his mother grabbed the fork from the table and plunged it into Cecil, again and again. The screams echoed in his head. Blood everywhere, a bright, impossible red. Damon tried to shake the memory loose, but it clung to him. Maybe if he'd been braver, smarter, more open, he could have understood what happened. But even as an adult, he felt small, stunted, still a child in so many ways. He didn't understand desire, didn't understand why his mother had turned so violently on her lover. He didn't know why she stayed, or why he did. In the kitchen, Andrea sat at the table, her hands folded neatly in her lap, eyes half closed. "Mother?" Damon's voice was tentative. Andrea opened one eye, considering him. "Good morning. Feeling better?" She stood, carrying her empty cup and the teapot to the sink. "I'll make you breakfast in a minute. I just want to pop upstairs, make sure you've straightened everything up properly." Damon sat in his usual seat at the table, the one farthest from the scratches and gouges that marked the wood where Cecil had fallen. They'd gotten used to living without forks. Spoons did well enough for most things, and the absence of pronged cutlery became a fact of life. Andrea had worked hard to keep Damon balanced, but his father's absence and the endless nightmares made it impossible. A single glimpse of a fork could send Damon into a panic. That was how it had to be. In his room, Andrea picked the Landseer print off the floor and hung it back up. She stared at the donkey-faced Bottom, surrounded by fairies. "But it isn't real. She doesn't really love him," she whispered. She looked out the window at the blazing summer day, remembering the old days, wind over the moors, secret meetings with Cecil, the feeling of being alive. There were always ways to get what you wanted, if you knew the right time. And what better day than this, when the sun hardly set, when the world was suspended between day and night. Later that afternoon, Damon watched an old western on the black and white TV in his room. He'd seen it before, but nothing else was on. His stomach growled, and he wondered if his mother had baked something sweet. He looked at the Landseer on the wall, annoyed to see it had been restored. "That's not real life, but what is?" he wondered. He scanned his room, old toys, books, trinkets from a childhood that never seemed to end. Nothing marked him as a man. Downstairs, his mother moved quietly through the garden, gathering herbs. She felt the year turning, the power of the day pressing up from the soil through her bare feet. She sat on a low stone wall for a while, basket of herbs in her lap, gazing at the distant hill where she knew the madman wandered, feeling her heart burning beneath the sky. When she returned to the kitchen, she prepared another pot of tea, valerian root, chamomile, lemon balm, lavender. The smell was soothing, sweet, heavy. Damon turned off the TV and came down. He found his mother in a long green and yellow cotton dress, one he'd never seen before. Her eyes red as if she'd been crying. "I'm hungry, Mother." Andrea smiled too widely and sipped her tea, her eyes shining. "Always hungry," she said. "There are some fresh cherries from the tree. I'll get them for you." She brought a wooden bowl of cherries and set it on the table, then fussed with the teapot, adding a new mix of herbs. "This is a new brew. I think you'll like it." Damon looked at the cherries, so dark and shiny they seemed to pulse with secret life. He pushed the bowl away and watched as Andrea poured tea into his favorite mug, the one with Mickey Mouse faded from years of washing. She sat across from him and sipped her own tea. "You remember the postman, don't you?" she asked. Damon nodded. His lips were dry. He remembered, though he had spent a lifetime trying to forget. He sipped the tea. It was fragrant, sweet, the taste of lavender and chamomile overwhelming. It tasted like his mother's old bath salts. "He endured something he didn't deserve," Andrea said, staring at her reflection in the window. "But I had to protect you." She took a cherry and popped it into her mouth, a smear of juice glistening at the corner of her lips. "I had to make sure you always saw me in the best light. That's why I did what I did." Damon sipped again, feeling a strange warmth in his chest. This was not how afternoons usually went. There was usually cake, or pie, or nothing at all. "Mother, I don't want cherries," he said quietly. "That's fine, son. Just drink your tea." Her voice was gentle but firm. She watched him as he finished the mug, and a strange heaviness began to settle in his limbs. "You shouldn't have seen it," Andrea said, her voice softer. "But then again, you shouldn't have kept it all these years either. You never let it go. And look at what's become of you. What's become of me?" Damon's hand shook as he set the mug down. "I tried," he whispered. Andrea's eyes flashed. "You didn't. You kept me trapped in this house, with your dreams, your whimpers, your gasping fits. Even the forks. I tried to help, but you never let me go." She stood, her presence filling the kitchen, her dress swirling around her ankles. "So I made a decision. The longest day. The only day it can work. I want the life back, Damon. I want to breathe again. I want to walk on the hills and feel the sun. I want to be alive again, even if it means destroying what's left." The air in the room changed. Damon's head grew heavy, his hands numb, his tongue thick and useless in his mouth. "All the creatures are coming," Andrea said, almost kindly. "They'll be kind to you there, Damon. You won't feel a thing." She reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a fork. Damon's eyes widened in terror. The fork was old, silver, its prongs long and cruel. "Mother, where did you get that fork?" He tried to ask, but his voice was soft, muffled, heavy with fear. "I had to keep just one," Andrea said. "I knew that one day I would need it. Don't worry. You drank your tea like a good boy. You'll be happier. I'll be happier." She stood behind him, one hand on the back of his head, the other holding the fork. Damon's vision blurred, and he saw his mother's reflection in the kitchen window, her face serene and beautiful, a smear of cherry juice at the corner of her mouth. He felt the cold press of metal against his skin, and then nothing at all. Andrea walked out into the garden barefoot, the fork dark with blood. Her dress fluttered in the summer breeze. She moved past the rows of herbs, through the tangle of bindweed, over the low stone wall, and toward the hills. On the top of the hill, the man spun in circles, arms stretched wide, his hair wild in the sunlight. When he saw Andrea, he stopped, his dead eyes filling with something bright. She ran to him, and they embraced. The air shimmered with heat, and the grass danced in the wind. Andrea and Cecil began to dance, laughter echoing across the moor, their shadows long and strange in the golden light. Their joy spiraled into the sky, and the creatures of the fields, foxes, birds, rabbits, watched and listened. Back at the house, the kitchen grew dark. The cherries bled slowly in the bowl, their juice seeping into the wood. Damon sat slumped at the table, eyes open and glassy, his head turned to the side as if listening for something. The day stretched on, the sun refusing to set, and for Damon, the longest day became the darkest night. In his final moments, he saw two figures dancing on the hill, their laughter twining together like music. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, there were no nightmares. Far away, in some shadowy hollow, a bear's mouth twitched into a secret smile, as if it, too, was finally at peace. Thick velvet curtains, heavy with dust and the old smell of sadness, slid apart with a dramatic sweep that even after all these years, Dracula found a little over the top. He did it anyway. He always liked a little drama, and old habits die hard. He blinked several times, his eyes needing a moment to adjust to the wild idea of being out in the afternoon sun. Sunlight wasn't quite the death sentence it used to be, not now that he had his UV-blocking contact lenses and the newest sunscreen on the market. SPF 5000, the blood-infused formula, naturally. Still, it was bright enough to make him squint, and he stepped out onto the cobblestone street of Sigasora, letting out a sigh that seemed to echo back through the centuries. Sunlight, he muttered to himself. The original reality show, except far less entertaining than any ridiculous thing humans watched now, like Keeping Up with the Kardashians. He smoothed out his black coat. It was the kind of coat no one else wore anymore, perfectly tailored, made of the softest nightmare silk and just enough organic cotton so it would breathe. Style was eternal, after all. A tourist walked by wearing an "I love you Transylvania" t-shirt and snapped a picture right in Dracula's face. For a second Dracula considered turning into a bat, flying over, and relieving himself right on the man's head, but that sort of mischief was beneath him these days. Well, most days. He found Imra, his loyal servant, who was struggling to pull a tangled selfie stick out of a stubborn hedge, and grumbled at him. "It wasn't always like this, Imra. Do you remember the old days?" He swung his arm grandly, barely missing a pigeon as he did. "Terror everywhere. The mere whisper of my name would send whole villages into a frenzy. People fainted. Priests panicked. Doors were locked and windows shuttered for miles. And now I'm a mascot on a box of cereal." Imra, who had seen more centuries than most, finally freed the selfie stick and only grunted, probably thinking about all the times he'd heard this speech before. Dracula pulled out his phone, a custom obsidian black smartphone with a batwing case. No one else had one quite like it, and started scrolling through Instagram. There, sandwiched between a video of a kitten playing piano and a photo of someone's avocado toast, was an ad for Count Chocula's Crispy Crypt Crunch. Dracula stared at the screen in horror, unable to look away from the smiling, cartoon vampire in a cheerful little cape. "Look at this!" he exclaimed, jabbing the phone under Imra's nose. "Chocolate-flavored cereal! And that cape! I haven't worn a jaunty little cape since 1476, and that was a terrible night. I accidentally bit a duke by mistake at a masquerade ball. Now I'm a joke." Imra handed Dracula his phone back and, with the deep patience of someone who's lived through the Black Plague and dial-up internet, said, "Maybe it's time to adapt, my lord. Embrace the new age? You could rebrand yourself. Dracula, the original influencer. You'd get millions of followers." Dracula recoiled as if he'd been struck with holy water. "Rebrand? Imra, I am Dracula. I am the night. The terror in your nightmares. Not a lifestyle guru for artisanal blood sausage recipes." They walked past a souvenir shop. In the window, rows of plastic vampire fangs gleamed under fluorescent lights, each one perfectly white and identical. Dracula paused and stared at them. He remembered his own fangs, sharpened over centuries, strong enough to bite through chain mail. These cheap plastic ones were so fake, so small, so, well, he wouldn't even use them for a child's costume. "They've defanged me, Imra. Not literally, of course. My own fangs are just fine. In fact, I bit through a teacup last week by accident, while contemplating the tragedy of immortality. Dracula's eyes caught on an even worse sight, a t-shirt, hanging on a rack outside the shop. On it, a silly cartoon bat with big sunglasses grinned next to the words, "Bite me! I'm a vampire." It was too much. "That's it," he announced, his voice rising until a street performer nearby dropped his accordion. "I'm done. That's the last straw. Stick a fork in me, Imra, I'm finished." Imra raised an eyebrow. "Done with what, exactly? Immortality? Being the scariest thing in human history?" Dracula shook his head. "No. I'm done with being a joke. They've taken all the fear and mystery out of being a vampire. I've become just another silly character in a world full of silly characters. Look at that t-shirt. I bet it costs more than a decent coffin." He gestured at a group of teenagers taking selfies in front of a fake coffin. "They're not afraid at all. No chills, no shivers. The last time I tried to scare someone, she just asked if I was method acting for a TikTok. TikTok! Imagine Vlad the Impaler doing dances for TikTok." Dracula slumped onto a bench, the ancient wood groaning beneath him. From the inside pocket of his coat, he pulled a silver-hipped flask. It wasn't filled with blood. Daytime drinking was frowned upon even in his circle, but with a strong mix of hibiscus tea and scotch. For his nerves, he told himself. He remembered the old days. The real horror. The desperate prayers, the pounding of hammers as people tried to make crucifixes from whatever they could find. Now they wanted his autograph, as if he were just some B-list celebrity who might one day appear on a toothpaste commercial. Imra was unfazed. "You could always try a new business, my lord. Cheese making is popular, and you have a great cellar for aging." Dracula shuddered. "Dairy products? Please, Imra. You know what curdling reminds me of, and it's not good." With a sudden burst of determination, Dracula stood. "No! I'm not going to be a relic of pop culture. I'm going to reclaim what's mine. Fear. Real, bone-deep fear." He marched toward the souvenir shop, his cape flowing out behind him, and Imra hurried after, already sensing trouble. Inside, the shop was packed with every kind of vampire-themed junk you could imagine. Mini coffins, keychains, plush bats with wobbly eyes, fake blood, glow-in-the-dark teeth. The shopkeeper, a tired-looking man with dark bags under his eyes, was restocking shelves of Dracula's deliciously dark chocolate bites. Dracula approached the counter, his presence sending a cold ripple through the warm, cluttered space. The shop owner tried to smile. "Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you find anything fantastic?" he said, forcing a weak laugh. Dracula leaned in, his voice dropping to the sort of rumble that made people's skin crawl. "Yes. You can help me understand why my entire existence has been reduced to this." He waved at the rows of candy. "Do you really think I, Vlad Tepes, the Prince of Wallachia, drink chocolate milk and worry about my calcium?" The shop owner swallowed hard, suddenly nervous. "It's for the tourists. They want something fun, something light. Just a bit of harmless horror." Dracula's voice rose, echoing in the small room. "Light-hearted horror? There's nothing light about what I am. Do you know what horror really is? Do you want to hear about the day I decorated my castle with skulls? That's horror." A group of tourists, who had wandered in thinking Dracula was a very committed performer, edged back toward the door. Unable to contain himself, Dracula swept his arm across the counter, sending fake fangs and t-shirts flying. "This," he thundered, holding up a set of flimsy plastic fangs. "This is an insult to everything I represent." He snapped them in his hand, the plastic bits scattering. The shop owner squeaked. "Sir, please, you're scaring everyone." Dracula nodded. "Good. That's the whole point." He turned on the tourists. "You want a show? I'll give you a show. You want fear? I'll show you what real fear is." He unfurled his cape, revealing an inner lining that shimmered with shadows, and then let out a shriek that had nothing to do with movies or costume parties. It was the old shriek, the one that once sent armies running, the sound of ancient hunger and centuries of disappointment. The reaction was instant. The tourists screamed, real screams, not the giggles you hear at haunted houses. They stumbled over one another, dropped their phones, and ran for the street. The street performer outside heard the noise and abandoned his accordion, making his own escape. Dracula watched the chaos with a look of dark satisfaction. "That's more like it," he said, almost smiling. "A real, honest shriek of terror. I haven't heard one in so long, I was starting to think I'd lost my touch." Imra poked his head out from behind a stack of plush bats. "I think that's enough, my lord. You've definitely made your point." Dracula dusted off his hands. "Perhaps I got carried away. But sometimes you need to remind the world what you really are. And what I am is not a breakfast cereal mascot." The shop owner, pale and shaking, whispered, "Get out. Please just go. I'm calling the police." Dracula smiled, showing the real fangs this time. "Police? My dear man, I've survived crusades, angry mobs, and more than one garlic-wielding farmer. Do you think a police officer scares me? Though I do have to admit I rather like their hats. Very tidy." He took a last look around at the fallen souvenirs and candy. "Consider this a lesson," he said. "Some things shouldn't be made into a joke. Some stories aren't meant to be toys." He turned, then stopped. In a shadowy corner, half buried in dust, he spotted an old wooden stake. Not for sale, not wrapped in plastic, just plain and deadly. He picked it up, feeling its weight, smiling. "Now this," he said. "This is the real thing. Simple. Classic. Effective. Maybe I should start selling the real deal. Hand-carved, locally sourced wood. Fear guaranteed." Imra groaned. "Please, my lord, no more side businesses." "Nonsense," Dracula declared, walking out of the shop, holding the stake like a baton. He felt lighter than he had in years. "This time, we go for the real fans. The connoisseurs of terror. No chocolate, no cartoons, just honest fear, the way it should be." Outside, the sunlight was as bright as ever, but it didn't bother him now. People were still running, shouting, looking over their shoulders to see if the monster would follow. Dracula smiled, feeling young, feeling alive. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. For the first time in ages, he felt right in his own skin. He glanced over his shoulder at the shop owner and thought, maybe he'd send him a discount coupon for his new business. Everyone needed a little healthy competition. After all, a well-crafted wooden stake could change the world, or at least, it could make the world remember what real fear felt like. "You all want to know why I asked you here today?" I placed my coffee cup on its saucer, the soft clink echoing in the quiet cafe. Even that little sound felt louder than usual, maybe because the four of us were tucked away in our corner, as we always were every Tuesday. My friends, Sarah, Michael, and Tom, were looking at me, waiting for something. I could tell today was different. I could feel it in my chest, like a stone pressing down. We had met like this for half a year, sharing stories about our lives, small complaints, and hopes for the future. But I knew I couldn't keep pretending anymore. Not with them. Not after all these years of running and hiding and trying to find a place to belong. "I need to tell you something about myself. About my past and where I came from," I said, watching the sunlight spill through the big cafe windows, stopping just before it reached our table. It looked warm and inviting, but to me, it felt like a line I couldn't cross. Sarah chuckled and brushed a strand of her gray hair back. "James, you sound like you're about to confess you're secretly 90 years old. What are you, 40? If only she knew how close she was to the truth. I tried to smile. "I grew up in London," I began, choosing my words with care. "But London wasn't the city it is today. It was dirtier, grimmer. The Thames stank so badly in those days, you could smell it blocks away. And the fog, it was something you wouldn't believe. Heavy and thick, hiding everything. Sometimes, at night, you couldn't see 3 steps in front of you." Michael nodded, as if he could see it. "My grandfather talked about that kind of thing. Was that the 70s? 80s? I just smiled and let him think that. It was perfect for secrets. For things that needed to stay hidden, I said, my voice soft. I was working as a clerk then. Long hours, barely enough pay to live on. But I was young. I thought time was on my side. Sarah grinned, leaning in. And then you met a girl, didn't you? There's always a girl in stories like this. There was. Her name was Victoria, I said quietly. The memories hurt more than I expected. She was not like anyone I'd ever met. She spoke so properly. Pray tell, she'd say. I should be most grateful. It was old-fashioned, even for then. Tom laughed. She sounds like someone out of a novel. I shook my head. No, it was natural to her. She seemed lost around anything new. She stared at street lamps like they were magic, and when I explained the London Underground, she acted like it was something out of a fairy tale. Everything about her felt out of place, as if she belonged to another era. Michael frowned, joking. How old was this woman really? That question used to keep me up at night. She never talked about her age, but she always had strange ideas about how to act, about what was proper, and she only wanted to meet in the evenings. She said the night air helped her think. Maybe she worked night shifts, Sarah said, trying to be helpful. I shook my head. Maybe. But there were other things. She never ate when we went out. She would say she had already dined. Her skin was always cold, even in the height of summer. And she would never let anyone take her picture. When I asked, she got angry, said it was vain, but really, she was frightened. She told me once that a photograph could steal a piece of your soul. Michael laughed, but I could hear a little uncertainty in his voice now. Maybe she was superstitious. My grandmother didn't trust cameras either. I watched their faces. I thought it was just old stories too, until she started telling me about her childhood. She'd talk about streets I'd never heard of, buildings that hadn't existed since before I was born. Sometimes she'd describe the Great Fire of London, the plague years, as if she'd been there, as if she remembered it herself. Sarah said gently. Maybe she was just repeating stories she heard from family. She spoke about those days with a kind of pain you can't fake. I replied, remembering the way Victoria's eyes had looked, haunted, but sharp. She'd walk for hours in cemeteries, reading the headstones aloud, sometimes whispering names I'd never seen on any stone. She'd just stand there, lost in her own world. Michael tried to sound reassuring, but there was doubt in his words. Maybe those were family members. I followed her once, I admitted, my voice trembling with the memory. She went to Highgate Cemetery, after midnight. I saw her talking into the darkness, having conversations with someone or something I couldn't see. I hid behind a statue, and for a moment it looked like she was speaking with the dead. James, Sarah's voice was careful now. I could feel the tension growing between us. She must have heard me or sensed me. I went on. Because suddenly she was beside me. I never saw her move. She just appeared. She didn't scold me though. She just smiled and said it was time I knew the truth. About her. About what she could offer me. The cafe was busy with morning noise, cups clinking, people chatting, the hiss of the espresso machine. But for us, everything felt far away, muffled. She told me she was much older than she looked, I said, forcing myself to continue. She'd seen London change, watched the city burn and rebuild, had seen kings die and whole generations come and go. She remembered the first gas lamps on the streets, the building of Blackfriars Bridge. She claimed to have been turned into what she was back in the 1600s. Tom's face was pale. Michael looked uncomfortable, and Sarah's eyes were wide. She offered me the same thing, a life without aging, without death. She said I could see the world change, never worry about time again. I paused, the old ache coming back. But there was a cost. Sarah forced a laugh. There's always a catch in fairy tales. There is. I met her eyes. She said I would crave something new. That regular food would mean nothing. That I would need life itself. The warmth and the blood that meant someone was alive. No one said a word for a long moment. You could almost hear the breath of the other patrons, the hum of the city waking up outside. "James," Tom started but stopped. Sarah looked like she wanted to say something, but couldn't. I pushed on, my voice shaking but steady. "She bit me that night. I remember lying among the tombstones, feeling my life slip away. Then something else came back in, cold, hungry, endless. I woke 3 days later different. The world was brighter, sharper, louder. I could hear my own heart pounding, and the hearts of people walking by in the street. But the thirst was unbearable. It gnawed at me from inside, a hunger that never faded." Michael started to protest, but I cut him off. "You think I'm joking. You want to believe this is a story, or a breakdown, or just an old man having regrets. But I'm not. The first person I killed was a child. I didn't want to. I tried not to. But the thirst was too strong. He was an orphan, living on the streets. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." Sarah gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Michael looked at me in horror. Tom stood, his chair scraping back. "I have lived with that guilt for 176 years, I said. "I've watched the world change in ways you can't imagine. I saw carriages become cars, then planes in the sky, and men walking on the moon. I saw London go from foggy streets and gas lamps to the shining, crowded city it is now. I've been to Paris, to New York, to cities that didn't even exist when I was young." Michael was already pulling out his phone, dialing someone. Maybe the police. Maybe a doctor. I stood slowly, my own chair making a sharp sound on the floor. A few people looked over at us, but I didn't care. I keep moving from place to place, hoping to find a bit of peace. Always hiding, always trying not to let the hunger win. But it never goes away. Last week, I almost lost control with Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop. She reminded me of people I once knew, kind, old, gentle. But even that didn't stop the hunger. "You want proof?" I asked softly, picking up my coffee cup. Without looking away from them, I crushed it in my hand. The ceramic shattered, and a mixture of coffee and blood from my palm dripped onto the table. The blood was thick and dark, almost syrupy, not quite right. Sarah gasped. Tom stepped back, bumping into another table. "Still think I'm lying?" I said. "I'm tired of living this way. Today, I'm ending it." Sarah reached out, her voice shaking. "James, don't talk like that. It's not suicide," I said, looking out at the sunlight on the floor, so bright and pure. "It's the only way I know to be free. I'm tired of the darkness. I'm tired of hurting people. I want to remember what it's like to feel the sun. Just once before I go." I turned back to them, my 3 friends. The first true friends I'd had since I was still human. "Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for giving me a place at your table." Sarah's eyes were full of tears as she tried to reach for me, but I was already stepping forward. The sunlight hit my face and pain tore through me. It felt like my whole body was burning, but beneath the pain was a sudden sense of peace, like I'd been carrying a huge weight all these years and now it was gone. Somewhere behind me, I heard their screams, the sound of chairs falling, someone calling for help. But it all faded away. The sun was warm on my face, and as my skin began to crack and smoke, I felt the hunger disappear. For the first time in almost 2 centuries, I felt free. I saw Sarah's face through the window, full of understanding and fear. I hoped she'd remember me as a friend, not as a monster. The last thing I felt was the sunlight, the memory of it from a lifelong past. For the first time in 176 years, I was at peace, and the world outside kept moving, full of life. The Solstice Festival was alive with joy. The entire village had come out to the glen, where laughter rang between the trees and the whole place seemed to shimmer in the golden afternoon sun. Tables and benches were hauled from the inn and lined up in a rough square around the grass, and the master baker rolled his cart right to the center, the smell of sugar and roasting meat mingling on the summer air. The musicians started a fast, cheerful tune and soon couples spun barefoot in the soft grass, their hands linked, skirts and trousers alike stained green at the edges. I was standing at the edge of all this happiness, feeling the music in my bones but not quite ready to join in. My feet bounced along with the tune, knees flexing, head nodding in time almost in spite of myself. Between awkward dance moves I took big bites of my pastry, a fat little tart filled with sweet strawberries. As I chewed, I let my gaze drift to where Elisa sat. She was talking to her sister on a bench near the stage, her smile bright, her laughter easy. Elisa was the daughter of the carpenter, and everyone agreed she was the loveliest girl for miles, the one every young man hoped to catch the eye of. Just then, my sister Mary Beth popped up beside me, almost skipping as she did. She'd always been the more outgoing of the two of us, and she flashed a teasing grin. "You should just ask her to dance," she whispered, nodding toward Elisa. I laughed and shook my head, trying to look like I didn't care, even though I did. "She's already said no to Tobias and Yuri. Why would she say yes to me?" Mary Beth just smirked and snatched the rest of my pastry right out of my hand, giving me a gentle nudge toward Elisa. "Maybe she's waiting for someone else to ask. Did you think of that? I know you've liked her since you were too little to admit it." She finished the last bite of my treat with a triumphant grin. "Come on, just go ask her." I gave her a look and grumbled. "I wish a girl would ask me for once. I'd give anything not to be the one doing the asking." My voice was half a joke, half serious. But Mary Beth scolded me at once. "Don't say things like that. You never know what kind of thing will answer you. Just have some confidence," she insisted, pushing me again when I wouldn't budge on my own. This time her shove was a little stronger, and I stumbled forward, almost falling right into a group of laughing children who scattered with squeals. I shot my sister an annoyed look over my shoulder. She just grinned and waved, mouthing, "Go on!" Even though I was embarrassed, I felt a little thankful that she didn't let me just fade into the background. With a deep breath I tried to gather up my courage and scan the crowd for Elisa. I moved carefully through the celebration, sidestepping couples and dodging someone carrying a heavy pitcher of ale. Over and over, I whispered to myself, "Just ask her, just ask her." It became like a little spell in my mind. But just then, I caught a glimpse of someone else. In the corner of my eye I saw a head of shining auburn hair, bouncing with each step. It belonged to a young woman I'd never seen before, dressed in green so vibrant it almost glowed, the color of new grass. She was weaving a wreath of wildflowers and ivy, her hands working almost without looking, and her eyes, when they met mine, were as bright and alive as her dress. For a moment I felt caught. I didn't want to look away. She raised one finger, curling it to beckon me over, and it felt like the rest of the world had faded away, leaving only her. I stepped toward her, but someone staggered between us, drunk and loud, bumping me off balance. Just like that, the sounds and smells of the festival crashed back and around me. I shook my head, trying to remember what I'd been about to do, my mind oddly clouded. I spotted Elisa again and tried to focus. "Be confident," I whispered. I took a step in her direction, but then my eyes found the woman in green once more, and again, it was as if nothing else mattered. All I wanted was to walk to her. I convinced myself that she was the one I was meant to ask. My heart thudded with nerves and excitement all at once as I crossed the grass, my feet moving as if they knew what I wanted before my head did. I stopped in front of her, suddenly unsure. She looked at me, her smile wide and a little mysterious. "What would you do for me if I asked you to dance?" she asked, her voice soft as silk and so sweet I felt a shiver run up my spine. Anything," I managed to say, blushing hotly at my own words. She laughed then, a sound that sparkled like sunlight on water. "A deal then," she murmured. She reached out to fix a toggle on my tunic, her fingers brushing my chest, and I felt myself lean toward her without thinking. "Will you dance with me?" she whispered, close enough that I could feel her breath. "Of course," I answered, almost before she finished asking, and I wrapped my arms around her waist. Some small part of me, buried deep, screamed that something wasn't right, that there was someone else I'd meant to find, but her eyes held me. I couldn't remember anything except wanting to stay close to her. We moved together, spinning and skipping in time with the music. The rest of the festival blurred away. It was just the two of us, orbiting each other, laughing and breathless. Her praise filled my ears and her eyes seemed to draw me closer with every turn. I felt lighter than air, giddy and full of something wild. I danced until my hair was damp with sweat, until my chest heaved, but she didn't seem tired at all. Finally, she slowed us to a stop. "Let's rest," she suggested, still smiling, and I nodded eagerly. She took my hand, her fingers cool and strong, and led me away from the music, out to the shadow of a big old tree. As we sat, I realized how far from the village we had wandered. I could barely see the festival now, just a few distant shapes and voices on the wind. I took a step back, uneasy. "Maybe we should go back," I started to say, but she tugged gently on my hand. "We're almost there," she said, her voice low. "There's a spring nearby. We can have a drink then go back." I hesitated, but her smile soothed my worries. I let her lead me on, deeper into the woods, until the sun was lost above the leafy branches. My heart pounded louder with every step, and a cold shiver ran down my spine, but I kept following. After a while, I heard the sound of running water, and she led me to the bank of a wide spring. The water was clear, the surface dappled with sunlight that managed to break through the trees. "Drink," she said, almost commanding, and I knelt at the edge, cupping the cool water in my hands. That's when I saw the reflection. At first, it was just me, but then another face appeared beside mine. It was like something from a nightmare, a creature with skin stretched tight over bones, its eyes black and hungry, its hair red and wet and tangled, the same green dress clinging to its thin form. I yelped, scrambling back in shock. "What's wrong?" she asked, and when I looked at her, she looked as beautiful and calm as ever. "It was probably just a fish, or a trick of the light," she soothed, her voice a gentle balm. She reached for my face, guiding my eyes back to hers. "You have nothing to fear with me. Remember your promise. You said you'd do anything for me. All I want is for you to drink." My hands trembled. I don't think I should." I managed, but her eyes were hypnotic, swirling with color. My doubts faded. All I could feel was the strange need to obey. She stroked my cheek, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We made a deal. Don't let me down. Drink for me." There was a coldness in her tone now, sharp beneath the sweetness. I nodded, my resistance crumbling. "I am thirsty," I said, surprised at how true it sounded. "Good," she purred, stepping back. "Go on, love." I bent again and drank deeply from the spring. The water was cold and clear, but as soon as it hit my stomach, pain shot through me. My whole body clenched. I gasped for breath, my heart thundering. I felt like I was on fire, my muscles twisting, bones snapping. I tried to scream, but only a thin wail escaped me. The world spun, colors and sounds melting together. I felt her hands on me, gently undoing my shirt, helping me out of my clothes. "Silly boy," she teased, her voice still beautiful. I said, "Undress." I looked down in terror and saw scales appearing on my skin, shimmering and wet. My legs convulsed, twisting into something new. I crawled forward, desperate for relief, and flung myself into the spring. The water closed around me, and everything went silent and cold. For a moment I thought I was drowning, but then I realized I could breathe. My lungs filled with water instead of air, and it felt natural. I drifted in the cool silence, fear fading away as a strange calm settled over me. A ripple broke the surface and I looked up. The woman, no, the creature, stood on the bank, her eyes dark and endless. "Good boy," she called. "Now come here." I obeyed, swimming up and offering her my hand. She took a claw and traced a sharp line across my palm, drawing blood. She collected it with her fingertip, then turned away. I watched her move back to where my old clothes lay on the grass. She began to chant, her voice rising and falling in words that made my ears ring and my mind go fuzzy. I ducked beneath the water, hiding from the sound. It felt safe down there, muffled and distant. When I finally surfaced, I saw her standing with a stranger, a man in simple clothes, the same style I had worn. She fixed the toggles on his tunic, patted his chest with a proud smile, and sent him off toward the village. I tried to remember his face, but it was already fading. He felt familiar, but I couldn't place him. The creature turned back to me, her mouth stretching into a wide, hungry smile as she slipped into the spring. "Come, lovely," she called. "Let me show you your new home." I let her lead me down, my past washing away with the last of my fear. The world above was gone. There was only the dark water, and her, and the promise of forever beneath the trees. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I woke up with a loud scream, my whole body shaking. Sweat ran down my cheek and almost slipped past my lips, my jaw stretched open as if to let something out. My hands trembled, and even though my eyes were tight with fear, I forced them to scan the darkness around my bed, desperate to make sure I was alone. There was nothing here but piles of clothes, some old trash, a coat rack sagging under too many jackets. No blood, no monsters, no nightmare creatures. I was in my room. Back in my own room, just like always. Safe. I was still safe. Every muscle in me felt knotted and hot, every nerve begging for release, some way to let all this fear out. I rolled to my side, eyes heavy, limbs too tired to move. My head ached with exhaustion, but I knew if I didn't try to get back to sleep, I would just end up passed out in my morning classes. It wasn't the first time. I squeezed my eyes shut, breathing slowly, but within moments it was like I'd been sucked right back into that other world, the one I just barely escaped. The next time I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my bed at all. I was staring down at the floorboards of an old house, most of the wood covered by a fancy, heavy rug. The bare boards pressed their cold shape against my feet even through the rug. I looked up and saw the window across from me was boarded up, the door locked tight. The familiar, awful feeling crept into my chest, the knowledge that my family was gone and nothing would ever bring them back through that door. To my left, my mother was crying so hard her whole body shook, folded up in my father's arms as he tried to comfort her. Beside them stood my boyfriend, planted like a guard, watching the door with tense eyes, refusing to look away from me even for a second. Right in front of me, blocking the only exit, stood my grandmother. Her body was hunched, her back bent so far forward that it looked like her head was just too heavy for her neck. Her arm was twisted at a strange angle. Broken, I realized, remembering suddenly how my mother had grabbed her too roughly when she tried to open the door before. I could still hear the awful sound of the bones snapping, the scream that followed, the way my cousin had offered to take her place but then had simply disappeared. No one had seen her since. "You all have so much more life ahead of you," my grandmother pleaded. Her voice was weak, full of pain, but determined. "Let me be the one to try and find a way through. I'm the one who's lived. I am the one who can be lost. I am the one who is disposable." I tried to answer, to beg her not to go, but my throat closed up, choking me every time I tried to speak. I wanted to grab her, to hold her back, but my hands wouldn't move, no matter how much I willed them to. In an instant, it felt like I was ripped out of my own body, thrown into the far corner of the room, watching everything as if through the lens of a camera. My body sobbed quietly, helpless, as my grandmother limped to the door, unlocked it, and walked slowly and bravely outside, into the horde. I was completely powerless to stop her, even as I saw what was waiting. Powerless to save her from certain death. Her scream echoed back from the other side of the door, so sharp and raw that it finally broke my mother out of her daze. She sprang to her feet, eyes wild, and dashed after her mother. My father chased after both of them, trying to catch her hand, but he was too slow. Grief took them both. My boyfriend slammed the door shut as a dozen greedy hands clawed their way toward the gap, reaching in blindly for us. I turned toward him, shame burning through my sobs. I felt like all I could do was cry, paralyzed and helpless. He came over and crouched next to me, his voice low and serious. "I can get them back for you," he promised. I shook my head. I still couldn't speak, but this time I managed to grab his forearm, holding him with all the strength my trembling hands had. I didn't want him to go, didn't want to lose anyone else. I knew what was out there. If he left, there was no way he'd survive. Once he was out of my grip, he'd be gone forever. But he shook me off, his hands desperate, repeating the words again. "I can get them back." My tears made my fingers slip. I tried to hold on, but it was useless. I saw how afraid he was, how he didn't want to leave me alone, but he left anyway. I watched him turn away and walk right out of the house. My cry chased after him, but I was too late. The cold settled in after that, a deep chill that seeped into my bones. I didn't bother closing the door behind him. I just stood there, feeling the wind on my face, and through the opening I could see dozens of hungry eyes staring back, mouths open, a sound like moaning rolling over their lips, answering my grief. I almost wanted to call to them, to beg them to come and finish it. To take me too, so I could be with everyone I'd lost. I thought about begging them, begging for it all to be over. But for some reason, none of them saw me. It was as if I'd become invisible. The reaching hands stopped, the blank eyes drifted away. I was completely alone. I had watched all the people I loved give themselves up, sacrificing everything in hopes I could have a chance to live, and it didn't matter. I was the only one left. My inaction, my fear, had made me immune while everyone else paid the price. If I had just fought harder, if I had just tried, maybe things would have been different. I lay down on the rug, letting the rough fabric scrape my cheek. I listened to the monsters walking past me, their feet shuffling, their bodies careless. They didn't even notice me. Suddenly, I jerked awake in my own bed. My jaw was tight, my throat raw, my pillow wet from silent tears. My body shook again, but now it wasn't from fear. It was from the weight of everything I'd felt, all the grief and loss, settling into the quiet darkness around me. It always started the same way for Coleman Bork, just like it had for as long as he could remember. There was the hallway, so long it seemed like it would never end, stretching out ahead of him like something from a bad dream. The lights were sickly and yellow, flickering as if they were thinking about shutting off for good. The walls were painted a dirty shade of green, kind of like old pond water. The air was sharp with the smells of bleach and rust, thick and stinging in his nose. It was a hospital, but one that felt more like a place forgotten by the world. Coleman was only 8 years old, holding on tight to his mama's hand as they walked. At least, he was pretty sure it was his mama. Her hand felt right, soft, gentle, the pinky finger twitching the way it always did when she was nervous. But whenever Coleman tried to look up at her face, it was always blurry, like a cloud drifting in front of the sun. He wanted to see her face, needed to, but something about the way it was hidden made his heart beat faster. He tried to calm himself down by thinking about the promise his mama had made him. "Ice cream," she said. If he was brave today, after the doctor looked at him, she'd take him for 2 big scoops. Coleman wanted to be anywhere else but here. Even the pain behind his eyes didn't bother him as much as the thought of having to walk down that endless hallway. The floor beneath them was a checkerboard pattern, but the colors were all wrong, like someone had spilled water on a painting and the paint had run. Along the walls, people sat in old metal chairs, their bodies slumped, silent. Most of them were black like Coleman, but something about them was off. When he managed to look at their faces, he wished he hadn't. Their eyes were too far apart or sunk down low, their mouths twisted like they'd heard a joke they didn't understand. The faces seemed to melt, not quite belonging to this world or the next. Coleman's eyes burned, deep and hot, just like they always did when the pain got bad. He squeezed his mama's hand a little tighter, but he couldn't shake the feeling of dread that crawled up his back. "We're almost there, baby," his mama said, her voice floating to him like it was coming from a distant radio station, fuzzy and hard to hear. "The doctor's gonna fix you right up, you'll see." "And after, we're getting ice cream, right?" Coleman asked. his voice small. He tried to look up at her again, but his vision was starting to go fuzzy around the edges. "Mama?" he whispered. "Yes, honey, we'll get ice cream. 2 big scoops." She spoke after a long pause, longer than it should have been. Coleman felt a knot form in his stomach, a strange doubt growing in him. Was he really holding his mother's hand? He wasn't sure anymore, but he wasn't about to let go. At the very end of the hallway, the clinic door waited for them. "Coleman," his mama said, her voice suddenly flat. "Yes, ma'am?" he replied, barely above a whisper. "It's time. Be a brave boy, okay? Think about ice cream." She tried to giggle, but it made Coleman's skin crawl. She pried his fingers off her hand, not gently, and the way she did it hurt more than if she had just slapped him. Sweat rolled down his back, even though his skin was cold and clammy. Inside the room, Coleman saw an old patient's chair, the kind that creaked and hissed when you sat down. There was a tray with silver tools, shining in the harsh light. And there was Dr. Broussard, the fat Cajun doctor with a voice thick and sweet as syrup. "Well, Coleman," Dr. Broussard said with a wide, greasy smile. His lips were too big, his head round and shiny. "Let's have a look at those pretty eyes, okay?" He motioned for Coleman to come sit. Coleman stayed frozen in place. "No need to be scared, little man. Your mama tells me you sing like a bird in the choir. Is that true?" "Yes, sir," Coleman said softly. "Don't yes sir me, boy," the doctor said, pretending to be offended, but it wasn't funny. Coleman didn't know if Dr. Broussard was a good person, or even a real doctor. "I mean, yes, doctor," Coleman corrected himself. Broussard laughed, but the sound was empty. "Come on now, don't look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just joking. Come on up here." He lifted Coleman into the chair with surprising strength. The room seemed to tip and sway as Coleman settled in, making his stomach lurch. The doctor leaned close, and Coleman could smell the oily scent of sausage and old grease. "So, tell me, son, what's been going on with your eyes?" Coleman tried to answer, but his mouth was dry and his tongue felt thick. The room smelled stronger now, not just like Dr. Broussard or medicine, but something older and much worse. He glanced over, hoping to see his mother, but she had already faded from the edge of his vision. Dr. Broussard turned his back, rummaging through a drawer. Coleman looked at the tray, long, thin scissors, a scalpel that caught the light and flashed it back at him. "Mama," he whispered, but his voice sounded far away, lost in the air. "Somewhere, as if through water," his mother replied. "Let the doctor do his work, baby." "Mama," he tried again, louder this time, feeling panic rise. Broussard, still turned away, spoke over his shoulder. "Didn't your mama say you sing in the choir? Sing something for me, son. I want to hear that sweet little voice." Coleman tried to get up, but the arms of the chair held him tight, like roots wrapping around his body. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" he managed to ask. Dr. Broussard turned to face him. "I said curse your heart," the doctor said, his voice low and strange. But now, Dr. Broussard's face was different. His smile was stretched far too wide, and his eyes were Coleman's own, swollen and burning, filled with something terrible. "Well now," the doctor said, lifting the scalpel, "I guess we're going to have to take out those eyeballs, boy." "Mama!" Coleman screamed. But the scream didn't come from his mouth. It came from somewhere deep inside, behind his eyes, breaking something open. And then, darkness. Coleman felt something crawling across his skin, or maybe it was his own skin crawling. He woke up with a gasp, as if he'd just broken through the surface of deep water, his body covered in sweat. A cockroach darted across his chest and disappeared into a crack in the floorboards. The room was almost completely dark, just a few crooked slivers of sunlight sneaking through the bent blinds. They hadn't closed right in years. Coleman lay still, his heart pounding in his chest. The dream was already slipping away, but the fear and the pain behind his eyes lingered, heavy and real. The ache came back, burning, as sharp as ever. He pushed himself upright. The old shotgun shack creaked and groaned around him, the wooden boards swelling in the humidity. The pipes in the walls rattled like silverware in a glass. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, old coffee, and something sweet and rotten. Empty pizza boxes and beer cans were scattered everywhere, pushed aside by the small breeze from a fan. Coleman slid his feet onto the cold, damp floor. He didn't bother turning on a light. He didn't pay for electricity anymore. There was no point, anyway. He was blind. He had been blind for years, ever since he was a boy. He made his way to the sink in the corner, feeling for the rusty faucet and splashing cold water on his face. The metallic taste of hard water filled his nose. Suddenly, pain stabbed through his right eye, sharper than ever. He groaned, gripping the sink's edge, trying not to cry out. Almost without thinking, he turned toward the mirror above the sink. The glass was warped, the edges peeling, so old it didn't really show faces anymore, just shapes. But he looked anyway. He could see the sweat on his face, skin dark and smooth as river mud. He almost blended in with the shadows. But something was off. His reflection seemed to flicker, as if the mirror couldn't decide what was real. He touched his eyelids, still sealed tight. "Lord," he whispered, letting out a breath he'd been holding. He said it again, quieter. "Lord, have mercy." The mirror didn't answer. Neither did the house. Everything stayed quiet, just the way it always did. Coleman stood there, feeling the sunlight on his skin, wishing he could see it. He wanted to feel safe, but somewhere inside he knew that Dr. Broussard was still waiting for him, after all these years. I was born carrying 2 inheritances. The first was my name, Levi Henriksen, eldest son of the current patriarch of a family so old that ancient registries list our lands while Rome was still a republic. The second was a fate that feels older than the stones of our manor. Every firstborn Henriksen is cursed with a life that does not end. We still bleed, we still bruise, and our skin cracks under winter wind, yet the spark at the center of our bodies never burns out. My earliest memories are full of secrets whispered in shadowed halls, stories of grandfathers who tried poison, great-grandfathers who challenged pistols, ancestors who begged saints and strangers for some thread of mortal mercy. The corpses of those failures rest beneath the manor in long corridors of limestone, bodies that should be dust but remain stubbornly unchanged, trapped in the last moment before rot should have claimed them. They lie curled, eyes sunk but open, as if caught forever between one breath and the next. Each time my father took me below, stern hand on my shoulder, he repeated the same warning. "This is what awaits you if you let the centuries grind you down. I am not like the men who sleep on shelves. I do not hide behind prayers or bargain with spirits who never answer. I earned a doctorate in natural philosophy and chemical science from President Marby University precisely because knowledge is the only weapon that has not grown rusty. At that same university I serve as head librarian of the Library of Global Rituals, a vault of texts that scholars of magic cross seas to consult. In quiet rooms lined with cedar and copper lamps I have turned more pages than most men read in 10 lifetimes. My specialty is the border where ritual ends and repeatable method begins, the science of necromancy, reanimation, and the measurement of etheric forces. My father, Ian Henriksen, still clings to altars and incense. He believes the force that cursed us can be placated if we kneel in the correct chapel or drink water drawn from the correct blessed well. Each year he sends tithes to cults that carve bone runes into black stone. Each month he invites a new cleric to our estate to chant in languages so forgotten that the letters crumble off the page. I tried to tell him that worship has never broken the chain, but despair is louder than reason. He wants so badly to extinguish the everlasting flame inside him that he has begun to fantasize about martyrdom. Last winter I found him in the winter garden surrounded by 14 candles, skin bruised where he tried to carve sigils into his chest. The cuts healed before blood reached the snow. I do not blame him for his faith. I blame the centuries of empty promises that taught him to obey rather than question. When I was 9 my tutor warned me that if I refused the evening prayers, the spirit who watched our lineage would twist my tongue in my sleep. The next morning my tongue felt perfectly normal, so I spat on the chapel steps and asked for a microscope instead. Rebellion is easier when fear fails to arrive on schedule. During daylight hours, the library of global rituals appears benign. Sunlight falls through rose-glass windows, warmth spills across reading desks polished to mirror shine, and students whisper in reverence to the volumes that surround them. But behind a row of locked doors lies the Department of Reanimation. I keep 3 keys on my belt, each cut from iron laced with silver dust, because experiments conducted in those rooms do not tolerate accident. Most days begin with the same consultation. Clara Ventnor, senior Death Witch and fellow faculty member, arrives with her research team. They wheel in a stainless steel gurney draped by a sterile sheet. Beneath the sheet lies a newly dead body, often a vagrant claimed from city morgues, people whose stories ended without family to claim their remains. Clara's objective is strictly utilitarian: reawaken basic motor skills so that these corpses can perform repetitive labor. I supervise the protocol, record etheric output, and verify no one shortcuts safety procedures. The typical trial proceeds as follows. Clara traces glyphs along the crown of the head, murmurs a binding phrase, and injects a serum of chemically stabilized death force harvested from older skeletons. If the calibration is correct, the corpse shudders, sits upright, and shuffles toward a mocked-up assembly line where it presses buttons on cue. Failures manifest in dramatic ways: mouths that moan until jaws snap, eyes that liquefy like candle wax, limbs that spasm and tear free. But within the sterile concrete walls of the reanimation suite we catalog each malfunction with clinical calm. After all, reliabilities begin where vagaries end. 3 laws frame necromancy. I teach them so often that I can recite them without conscious thought. First law: death is the release of the soul's core, a concentrate of life force that contains memory, volition, and identity. Without training, a mage cannot seize this core. With training, one can bottle it like flame in glass. Second law: a corpse accumulates death force as it decays. The more intact the skeleton, the denser the reservoir. Third law: reanimation requires that the life force reintroduced into a body exceed the death force already present. If the balance tips, decay devours life the instant it returns. For common necromancers that triad suffices. It does not suffice for me. Our family curse has taught me a fourth, unspoken truth: life and death are not opposite ends of a line but rivers that sometimes flow parallel, sometimes merge, and occasionally vanish into caverns where either rule applies. My curse dangles me above that nameless cavern. My heart beats, yet I do not live in the usual rhythm. I fall, but never arrive. One rainy afternoon, Clara waited until her team packed up before she pulled me aside. Her voice trembled with excitement. "You spend every moment trapping life and death in glass," she said. "But have you considered a place where neither applies?" I raised an eyebrow. "A philosophical void?" "A literal one." She slid a phone across the counter. It looked like a museum piece, thick, square, physical buttons instead of a touch screen. "Call the number stored inside and ask about the void." I had read footnotes regarding the void, a region outside the etheric spectrum, a conceptual motherland of nothingness. In physics, vacuum is absence. In metaphysics, the void is potential without property. During doctoral studies I dismissed it as metaphor. Clara smiled as if reading my doubt. "Technomantic divination," she said. "The line connects to something ancient." I scoffed. "Do these cosmic operators answer in plain English?" "Most days," she said. "But the conversation will cost you. They always demand payment. What currency buys answers from nothingness?" "Essence," she replied very softly. "But they told me you might afford the fee." I almost refused. My father had poured coin and blood into contracts with lesser deities. None delivered. I had sworn never to beg. Yet the phone in my hand buzzed. A monochrome prompt flashed. "Press call." I pressed. The world dissolved. Walls, floor, Clara herself vanished. I stood in a darkness so absolute that my own outline glowed by contrast. Yet there was no light source. It felt as if I were drawn in pencil upon a black sheet, aware of arm and chest but not of depth, as if I were a diagram rather than flesh. A voice spoke, not from ahead or behind, but through me, vibrating blood vessels and marrow. You are the companion of our ward Clara. She buys you a question. State it. My tongue felt padded by velvet. I pushed words out. I need to gather enough death force to erode an immortal soul core. Silence grander than cathedrals. Then, your tissue cannot hold death of that magnitude unless a portion of you merges with me. Will you bind? What are you? I am void. I precede forces you name life and death. They are currents in a sea I exhaled. Join, and you may channel depths beyond their ebb. Refuse, and remain prisoner of flow. My nerves rang like piano wires struck with iron. I had spent decades quantifying etheric fields, mapping line graphs, tuning oscilloscopes. This offer shattered every coordinate system I trusted. Yet the ambition that kept me awake through centuries of failed Henriksen rituals flared. I wanted death because death defined life. Without closure, experience turned to ash. I accept, I whispered. The darkness peeled back my jaw. A mask materialized over my lower face, black metal, edges fused to skin. Ligaments flexed, ghostly tendrils snaked from my gums into negative space, as though my hunger had become visible. Consume, the void said. Taste death, and I will wield its sting. Taste life, and I will darken it. When starvation gnaws where the mask, it will hold appetite at bay. What of my ancestors? Their life streams are bound but accessible. Their life force is severed from death. To feed upon them is to gnaw stone. Seek elsewhere. The hall of darkness blinked away. I sat once more in the meeting room, the phone dark and silent, Clara staring. My new mask pulsed with faint heat, yet she flinched not at the metal but at the change behind my eyes. She recovered first. Are you all right? I considered the thunder of new senses echoing behind the mask, tiny pulses of vitality from every student in the building, like the scent of bread to a starving man. No, I said honestly, but I am closer than I have ever been. For weeks afterward I studied the mask's rules. Hunger flared whenever someone nearby died, even a field mouse caught by a barn owl half a mile away. If I lowered the mask, invisible filaments erupted, seeking the freshest current of ending life. The first time I tasted a human passing, an elderly professor who succumbed to stroke, I nearly blacked out from euphoria. It was unlike necromantic harvesting, which requires complex sigils to net a departing soul core. Void consumption devoured the entire trajectory, life force, death force, memory residue. Within seconds I learned the man's middle name, favorite poem, and unspoken regret. Then these facts splintered, became powder sizzling in heart and spine. My immortal core tingled as if frost cracked it open. The sensation faded, leaving behind a coal of pure death force glowing in my chest. I recorded voltage equivalents. One human passing delivered approximately 40 coulombs of death energy. 10 would match the threshold that once destabilized a 70-year-old reanimated corpse. How many to corrode a Henriksen's immortal knot? Unknown. Clara watched my research with tightening lips. She came late to lab meetings, left early, refused to speak privately. I could smell fear rising from her like steam, fear and guilt, a tang sweeter than adrenaline. The hunger applauded those scents. I kept the mask shut. Then my father announced another pilgrimage. He invited a high priestess of Morrigan to the manor, hoping the war goddess of crows might relish immortal marrow. I observed the ritual from a balcony. My father knelt naked in a chalk circle. The priestess drew a dagger streaked with obsidian edge. She slit his throat in a single pass. Blood spilled bright on marble, and stopped, fountain cut off. The wound closed. He coughed, disappointed, still damned. The priestess demanded payment. My father wept as he counted coins. That night I became certain void consumption would not remain academic. Field trials would begin on those whose endings counted least, butchers who beat their wives, smugglers who trafficked children. I justified the plan as justice. First target, a foreman rumored to dispose of injured laborers like spoiled meat. I followed him through alley shadows. When his heart stuttered with whiskey fatigue, I drew the mask down, The tendrils pierced spine, lungs, ventricles. He fell before he understood pain. Memory flavors flooded me, salt lip of cheap gin, thrill of kicking a man already on the ground. Then dissolution. Second target, a landlord who tripled rents and set fires to claim insurance. Third, a loan shark who broke bones for late fees. Each death fed the coal. After 9 such harvests my body glowed to diviner sight. Small charms on my wrists cracked as protective wards overloaded. I wrote formulas describing rate of saturation, every unit of void filter depth massed heavier than prior, a logarithmic curve. At 20 souls I estimated I would match Henriksen immortality. One dawn Clara confronted me outside the reanimation wing. Her coat flapped in sleet, eyes red with sleepless nights. "You are killing," she said. "Not accusation, certitude. Only those the courts failed to punish," I replied. "That phone was never meant for this," she whispered. "The void disagrees. You're becoming hollow." I felt teeth behind the masked smile. "Hollow is the shape of salvation." She tried one final plea. "Take me to dinner tomorrow. Eat at least 3 courses. Prove you still taste life." I agreed, curious whether mortal pleasure remained within reach. At the restaurant I managed half a bite of roast duck before nausea clenched. Every starched collar, every heartbeat behind velvet drapes, radiated heat more delicious than food. Clara watched fork tremble in my hand. Tears welled. "Stop," she begged. "We can research another path." Hunger answered by prying mask clasp. I forced the plate aside, stood, fled to midnight streets, leaving Clara alone beneath chandeliers. 20 victims filled the quota. The coil inside my chest throbbed like a second heart. I viewed Father's manor through new eyes, each brick a lung, each beam a hollow bone. Wind in roof slates sounded like a skeletal choir. I invited Ian Henriksen to the crypt. He descended candle in hand, expecting another demonstration of cross and silver. I led him to the oldest corridor where bodies on shelves watched through yellow orbs of shriveled eyes. I unfastened the mask. Father raised the candle. "Levi, what have you done?" "Prepared the cure." Tendrils unrolled, stroked the frozen faces of ancestors. Dust puffed. Hunger laughed. "The void showed me how to harvest what we once begged. Death follows me like a river. One touch, and you will drown." He stepped back. "You cannot wield murder without price. I have accounted for cost." He looked at me the way he once watched a thunderstorm swallow sea cliffs, awed, grieving. "Son, curses do not break through darkness. Only through surrender." A memory darted. 9-year-old Levi hiding prayer book under pillows so father would not scold. Guilt pricked, quickly gone. Surrender is broken logic. Action yields results. I reached. Father spoke one word, language older than chapel stones. Candle guttered, then roared white. Syllables wrapped round my name like chains. I staggered. Void tendrils shrieked, recoiled. In flamelight I saw glyphs carved into floor, designs I dismissed as decorative. He had at last found a ritual with bite, not to end him, but to constrain me. He raised candle high. "I prayed you would choose mercy." Then voice shook. "Levi, I release you." Chains of syllables tightened, yanking hunger inward. Coal in my chest fissured. I screamed. Sound drew cracks across vault ceiling. Dust cascaded. Shelves toppled. Ancestors' bodies spilled, bones splintering after centuries intact. The mask tore free, clattered across stone. Void filaments whipped, seeking anchor. Father stepped into circle of wards, candle dropping. Light died. Darkness swallowed. I woke on library floor, sun burning through broken skylight. Clara knelt beside me, pressing gauze to bleeding ears. "Your heart stopped 12 hours, she said, voice raw. Yet body refused to cool. The immortal knot remains." Mask lay shattered nearby, metal edges curdled. I felt hunger, distant echo now, yet coil of death force lingered, no longer a coal but ember. "Where is my father?" I croaked. "Missing. Crypt collapsed." Search parties digging. Remorse pierced immortal flesh deeper than daggers. Void's gift had not freed but multiplied chains. I had become jailer to myself. Clara offered water. You can still chart another path. I sipped tasted iron. Third law of necromancy. I muttered. Life exceeding death. She finished. Restores animation. In broken mask shards I saw reflection, eyes rimmed black like spilled ink. I had dreamed of ending a curse and instead birthed new hunger into world. Perhaps gate could shut if flow reversed. Life force could flood ember, quench it. But whose life? Cost never vanishes, it merely changes account ledgers. I asked Clara to summon her team. We would design the inverse of void consumption, a transfusion of living ether into immortal vacancy. I would become subject zero. Probability of success low. Probability of horrific mutation high. Yet risk carried weight only when death remained possible. For me, failure would hurt forever, but others might learn. That evening I wrote notes, for future scholars, describing the true fourth law. When life and death are severed, imbalance breeds hunger. Only by reuniting rivers can calm return. With trembling pen I added one final line. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring it forth, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. I signed my name and placed the journal on the library's highest shelf, where dusk light painted the leather gold. Then I followed Clara down stone steps toward rooms where needles waited, whispering calculations to drown regret. The story of Levi Henriksen is not finished, and perhaps never will be, but in the hush before midnight I understood at last that eternity is not freedom. It is experiment, one that demands new hypotheses for every century that passes, and mercy, if any mercy can be found, for every life consumed along the way.